In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ojo kwani ihe gondo ndo ana atoka onya na nke nya no na awo iba ya dino ogologo ndo aruke na odumma ihe eji ene ndo anya na onye ngori ihe eji ene ndo anya na ilufuta nwuru ya ịma na nsogbu ya olise wa na ekene chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya ma mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma. Ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie tipụtara anyị na-ere nke
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Ogun Judiciary workers issue 21-day ultimatum over unpaid benefits. ADC drags Independent National Electoral Commission to court. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump considers withdrawal of U.S. troops from Europe. On business, Central Bank of Nigeria raises regulatory standards for bank recapitalization. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention says Lassa fever fatalities have risen to 167 in 2026, despite a decline in new infections in epidemiological week 13. The agency reports a case fatality rate of 25.2%, significantly higher than the 18.5% recorded within the same period in 2025. A total of 26 new confirmed cases were recorded in the week under review, down from 51 in the previous week. The infections were reported across 7 states: Edo, Bauchi, Ondo, Taraba, Ebonyi, Benue, and Kaduna. Cumulatively, the country has recorded 663 confirmed cases out of 3,831 suspected cases across 22 states and 93 local government areas in 20. Bauchi, Ondo, Taraba, Edo, and Benue account for 85% of the total confirmed cases. The agency attributes the high fatality rate to late presentation of cases, poor health-seeking behavior, high treatment cost, and low awareness levels, compounded by poor environmental sanitation in affected communities. To security matters, President Bola Tinubu has paid tribute to soldiers of the 29th Task Force Brigade killed during a terrorist attack in Beni Sheikh, Borno State, describing them as heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of the nation. The president confirmed that the attack claimed the life of Brigadier General Oseni Omo Brahima and several personnel in what the defense headquarters described as a coordinated assault by insurgents. President Tinubu urged the armed forces not to be discouraged, stating that the attack reflects the desperation of terrorist groups facing sustained military offensives in the northeast. He extended condolences to the families of the fallen soldiers and the government of Borno State, while reaffirming his administration's commitment to improving troop welfare and sustaining operations against Boko Haram and ISWAP. The federal government has dismissed a recent United States security advisory, maintaining that Nigeria remains stable and secure for residents and investors. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, described the advisory as a routine internal measure that does not reflect the overall security situation across the country. He stated that security agencies have made measurable progress in tackling criminality through coordinated intelligence and military operations, although isolated incidents persist in some areas. The minister assured the international community of government's commitment to transparency, noting that ongoing reforms and improved security architecture continue to support investor confidence and national stability. In the meantime, the United States mission in Nigeria has suspended visa appointments at its embassy in Abuja, citing evolving security concerns. In a statement, the mission said affected applicants will be contacted while scheduling details, while emergency consular services for American citizens in Abuja will continue by appointment. The development follows the authorization for the departure of non-emergency U.S. personnel and an expansion of travel advisories affecting multiple states. Plateau, Jigawa, Kwara, Niger, and Taraba have been classified under Level 4, Do Not Travel, while Nigeria remains at Level 3, Reconsider Travel U.S. Authorities cited risks including terrorism, kidnapping, and civil unrest as reasons for the updated advisory. Meanwhile, the Enugu state government has called on eligible youths to apply for the ongoing Nigerian Army recruitment exercise for the 91 regular recruits intake. The Commissioner for Information and Communication in the state, Dr. Malaki Abo, said the online application commenced on March 30th and will close on May 17th, 2026. He emphasized that the application process is free and will be conducted online with successful candidates to be shortlisted for physical screening at the headquarters 82 Division, Ababa Barracks. The state government urged qualified youths to take advantage of the opportunity to build a career in the military and contribute to national security. Away from that, the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria in Ogun State has issued a 21-day ultimatum to Governor Dapo Abiodun over unpaid promotion benefits. The union said workers promoted since January 2025 have not received corresponding salary adjustments, describing the situation as a violation of labor rights and due process. JUSN is also demanding the restoration of a 10% allowance cut and full implementation of financial autonomy for the judiciary in line with constitutional provisions. The union warned that failure to meet its demands will result in a total shutdown of court activities across the state from April 29th, 2026. A faction of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, led by former President of the Senate, Chief David Mark, has filed a suit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, at the Federal High Court in Abuja. The suit challenges INEC's decision to remove the names of David Mark and Rauf Arbeshola from its official portal as National Chairman and National Secretary of the party. The plaintiffs argue that the action violates a Court of Appeal directive maintaining the status quo in the party's leadership dispute involving Nafiu Gombe. They are seeking an injunction to restore their names and have requested an accelerated hearing to prevent further disruption to party administration. The Cross River State government has launched measures to mitigate anticipated flooding following forecast of heavy rainfall in 2026. The Commissioner for Agriculture and Irrigation Development in the state, Johnson Ibobo, warned that projected rainfall levels of up to 2,200 millimeters in coastal areas pose significant risk to communities and agriculture. Farmers have been advised to adopt early planting, climate-smart practices, and crop diversification strategies to reduce potential losses during peak rainfall periods. The initiative aligns with federal warnings from the National Flood Early Warning Center as the state intensified environmental management and public awareness efforts. Nscdc worldwide has banned the conferment and use of the title Nscdc outside Igbo land. The President General of Ohanaeze, Chief John Azota Mbata, said the decision followed consultations with traditional rulers across the southeast, declaring such titles invalid outside the region. The group warned that violators will face sanctions, with enforcement to be carried out through community and traditional institutions. Also speaking, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Yanko Dumegwu Ojukwu, called for strict sanctions to curb the crisis generated by the installation of Nscdc in the diaspora. She cited incidents in Ghana and South Africa where such practices triggered tensions, sometimes leading to threats against the lives and property of Nigerians abroad. The Abia State chapter of Nscdc worldwide has passed a vote of confidence in Governor Alex Oti. The group commended the governor's performance in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and civil service reforms, describing recent developments in Aba as transformative. It also praised initiatives promoting Igbo culture, including the establishment of a Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and the compulsory teaching of the Igbo language in schools. Ohanaeze, however, emphasized the need for a strong opposition to ensure accountability, reaffirming its commitment to the socio-political advancement of the Igbo people. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Ogun judiciary workers give 21-day strike notice. ADC sues INEC over leadership dispute. Coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, Trump weighs possible withdrawal of U.S. troops from Europe. On business, CBN tightens guidelines for bank recapitalization. We'll be right back shortly.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week.
from decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has dismantled an alleged cybercrime training center, popularly known as the Yahoo Academy in Karu, Abuja, arresting 31 suspects during a coordinated operation. The raid was carried out at Beki Estate, where operatives uncovered what authorities described as a structured facility for grooming internet fraudsters. According to the commission, 2 principal suspects are believed to be the masterminds behind the operation, allegedly recruiting and training young individuals in cyber fraud schemes. Items recovered from the premises include 18 laptops and several high-end mobile devices suspected to have been used in fraudulent activities. Preliminary investigations indicate that many of the trainees were lured from Benue State under false pretenses of employment opportunities. Upon arrival, they were reportedly restricted from leaving the facility with their communication devices confiscated. The EFCC further disclosed that the suspects will be charged to court upon conclusion of investigations, reaffirming its commitment to tackling cybercrime and protecting vulnerable persons from exploitation. Tensions have emerged within the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, following remarks by United States President Donald Trump on the possible withdrawal of American troops from Europe. Reports indicate that the United States currently maintain over 80,000 troops across several European countries, including Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom, forming a core component of the transatlantic security framework. Diplomatic sources suggest that ongoing discussions are linked to broader concerns over burden sharing among allies and involving geopolitical priorities. However, no formal directive has been issued regarding troop withdrawal. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has continued consultations with member states to maintain alliance cohesion as stakeholders monitor developments closely for implications on global security. Hungary is set for a closely contested national election as Prime Minister Viktor Orban seeks to extend his tenure after over a decade in office. The election features a strong challenge from opposition figure Petermbah, whose party has gained traction amid economic concerns, including rising living costs and slowed growth. Analysts note that voter sentiment is being shaped by domestic economic conditions as well as Hungary's relations with the European Union and broader geopolitical alignment. Electoral authorities have assured the public of readiness for the poll, while observers highlight that the outcome could significantly influence Hungary's policy direction within Europe. A temporary ceasefire has been reported between the United States and Iran following diplomatic engagements aimed at reducing tensions in the Middle East. The development comes amid ongoing regional instability, including reported hostilities involving Israel and armed groups in Lebanon, raising concerns over broader escalation. Attention remains focused on the strategic Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil transit route, with stakeholders monitoring maritime activity and security developments closely. International observers note that while the ceasefire presents an opportunity for dialogue, underlying disagreements on security and nuclear issues remain unresolved. The Central Bank of Nigeria has emphasized that strong corporate governance and risk management are critical to the success of ongoing banking sector recapitalization. Director of Risk Management, Blaise Ijebo, stated that capital adequacy alone cannot guarantee institutional stability without disciplined oversight and sound credit practices. The Apex Bank said the exercise is designed to strengthen financial institutions and position them for sustainable growth, including through measures and acquisitions where necessary. He further directed banks to enhance stress testing, asset valuation and recovery frameworks to ensure resilience against economic shocks and safeguard the financial system. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria has warned that petrol prices could rise significantly if urgent measures are not taken to stabilize the downstream sector. TUC President Festus Osifo attributed the situation to global crude oil volatility and the depreciation of the naira, which continue to impact energy costs. The union proposed the use of surplus crude oil revenue to support domestic refining, including supplying crude at subsidized rates to local refineries. It also urged the federal government to implement policies aimed at strengthening the naira, noting that currency stability is key to reducing inflation and easing economic pressure on citizens. Now in sports, the Fédération Internationale de Football Association has released a list of match officials for the 6th FIFA World Cup to be hosted by the United States, Canada and Mexico. The governing body announced that 52 referees, 88 assistant referees, and 30 video match officials have been selected from 50 member associations. FIFA's head of refereeing, Pierluigi Collina, said the officials were chosen following rigorous assessments over a 3-year period. The expanded list reflects the increase in participating teams to 48 and the corresponding rise in the number of matches for the tournament. Now in entertainment, winner of Big Brother Naija Season 7, Ijoma Josephina Otabo, has disclosed undergoing cosmetic surgery as part of her personal transformation. The reality television star shared updates on her recovery process, including post-operative care following procedures aimed at body enhancement. She stated that her decision was influenced by personal preferences and challenges experienced during fitness routines in public spaces, has generated reactions on social media reflecting ongoing public conversations around body image and cosmetic procedures among celebrities. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. Ogun State judiciary workers under the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria have issued a 21-day ultimatum to Governor Dapo Abiodun demanding payment of outstanding promotion, benefits, and full implementation of judiciary financial autonomy. The union warns that failure to meet its demand may result in a statewide shutdown of court activities. A leadership crisis within the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has escalated as a faction led by former President of the Senate, Chief David Mark, filed a suit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The group is challenging the removal of its leadership names from INEC's official portal, seeking judicial intervention to restore its recognition. On the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump is considering the withdrawal of a move that could significantly impact the operations of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. The development has raised concerns among allies over the future of Transatlantic Security Cooperation. On the business front, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has set stricter conditions for bank recapitalization, with Director of Risk Management, Blaise Ijebo, emphasizing the need for strong corporate governance, risk discipline, and regulatory compliance to ensure long-term stability in the financial sector. That concludes our coverage of stories making the headlines across the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your morning.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man. Hello, we are Melamadi. Who me would ya wo? Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you won't have to come over soon. You better have you what I look at television. Oh, boy, I'm a good idea. What the social media? What the Lord? What the look
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance. Strong, transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and love. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we are here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We are here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Friday, 10th of April 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, stock updates, weather, business, and hot topics. Of course, that's Sunrise packed to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates, everything you need to stay informed will be delivered, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing to you the business update and sports wrap to keep you smiling.
Alright, we go over to the quote of the day. That's our inspiration segment this morning here on Sunrise Aneke TV, which says, "The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones." This quote is from Confucius. The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. This quote teaches us that no great achievement happens all at once. Of course, big goals may look overwhelming at first, but they are accomplished. They are accomplished through small, consistent efforts over time. When you put the actions together, little actions, they compound to the big goal which you have been looking forward to have. When you put the stones together, it can make a great mountain. When you put the firewood together, it can make a great forest. When you plant the trees, it can make a great atmosphere where people can go and hide themselves under. This morning, this quote from Confucius is telling us that you have to focus on the little things that matter to you as you're making your progress. You have to focus on the little as you're also aiming for the greater ones which are ahead. And it is also telling us that the little efforts you put in today will amount to the fullness of measure you're going to have tomorrow.
All right, looking at the ways of Confucius, who told us and is telling us this morning that the man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. This great philosopher is letting us know that no matter how big a thing is, that you start no matter small. Look at the quote, starting to level a mountain by doing away with the little stones. It's telling us simply, look at our national life today and where do we fit in. Often we keep speaking to our leaders, the political leaders who rule over us, that they in one way or the other do not lead according to our own likings. So this morning what we are telling you is that yes, it looks like a big mountain, but you can start small, and starting small is by going to get your PVC. Yes, a very small exercise, but cumulatively that would amount to tackling the big mountain. Without single step of moving and getting your PVC, you can and you will be able to determine who leads you, who determines the affairs. So if you feel disgruntled, if you're not happy, and you feel that how do we begin to tackle these big men in high places, yes, you can start by taking just a single step this morning. Look around, search for your PVC. Perhaps you do not have any. Look for the nearest INEC office. And then wait for when it's time. Once that bell tolls, rush, go get your PVC. That's where to start from. And it doesn't stop there. When you get your PVC, if you already have it, then keep it very, very well and wait for the time. When the hour comes, resist the temptation of taking a cup of rice or words of note from the politicians that will come to you. No, go queue up, cast your vote. These are single steps, and individually with these single steps we can move this mountain, and that's what we have been told this morning. So it starts small, little by little. We can do away with bad leaders. We can do away with leaders who are not doing the right thing, and with that we can position the right people one at a time, and we will achieve that great goal. So this morning on Sunrise, yes, we are letting you to be aware that the man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones, and we are telling you those mountains can be cleared starting one at a time. Just a single step. Get your PVC.
Get your PVC. We are going on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather update. Stay with us.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Thank you for staying with us. And next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Your day starts warm and slightly cloudy, around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Nothing too serious yet. As the day moves on, it gets hotter, reaching to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, and you will feel that afternoon heat slowing things down a bit. Later on, clouds gather and rain is very likely, so don't be surprised if it suddenly pours. Evening becomes cool, calm, and a bit wet.
Good morning, the core city, and welcome to Enugu. The morning feels a bit cooler at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius with a calm and quiet start. By afternoon, it rises to about 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. The weather is still warm. Rain may be expected earlier, and by evening, it feels fresh and breezy, very relaxing.
Good morning, Abakaliki, the capital of Ebonyi State. This one gets a bit hotter, talking about the morning, starting with 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but afternoon rises to about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, so you really feel the heat here. Clouds build up later over there, and thunderstorms are likely bringing relief into a cooler and quieter evening.
Good morning, and is Imo State, and today is Friday in Owerri. You will notice a warm and slightly humid morning rising up to 27 degrees Celsius. As the day goes on, it warms up to 33 degrees Celsius. The air may start to feel a bit heavy. Later in the day, expect rain or light thunderstorms, and by night, it settles into a cool, quiet, slightly damp atmosphere.
Good morning, Umahia. Morning starts mild and comfortable. In Umahia, afternoon brings 31 to 33 degrees Celsius with a bit of humidity building. By evening, rain is likely and the night becomes cool, calm, and easygoing, perfect for resting.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and keep an umbrella close. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories?
call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the major headlines across the newspapers today, from the Daily Sun, Daily Trust, The Guardian, Vanguard, The Nation.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, joining us to give flesh to this whole news issues. We are speaking to Mr. Res. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me.
All right. Mr. Res, what's happening in Nigeria? You look so calm, cool, and I should use the word handsome.
Well, Nigeria is still what it is. There hasn't been much of change, except that the security situation is still, coming big and greater than it had been before. That is the insecurity situation.
And the light has improved as well.
Well, I cannot tell you exactly. It is still very epileptic because even this morning, he wasn't there for me to iron my clothes to office. You can see that the camera could just get close to me and get it.
All right, but despite the challenges, there's no place sweeter than home.
Of course, we are not going to run to anywhere. We'll stay here and salvage it together.
Mr. Rice, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
All right, we start the newspaper headlines with The Nation newspaper, which says, Mark-led ADC returns to court after threats, protest. Mark-led ADC returns to court after threats, protest. Now on the Punch headline, we have fresh blow for ADC as state congresses stall. Fresh blow for ADC as state congresses stall. Now in the Guardian headline, we have service charge, how government squeezes masses to fund bureaucracy inefficiency. Service charge, how government squeezes masses to fund bureaucracy inefficiency. Then on the Vanguard, we have alarm, cutthroat rent hikes worsening Nigeria's housing crisis. We have cutthroat rent hikes worsening Nigeria's housing crisis. Now on the Daily Trust, we have terrorists kill general, 17 soldiers in Borno. Terrorists kill general, 17 soldiers in Borno. Now on the Daily Sun, we have federal government faults US on travel advisory. Federal government faults US on travel advisory. We go over to the Daily Trust headline, which says terrorists kill general, 17 soldiers in Borno. Terrorists launched a deadly attack in Borno, killing a senior military officer and 17 soldiers, highlighting the ongoing security challenges in the region and raising fresh concerns over the intensity of insurgent activities. From the look of things and from what happened just yesterday, terrorists had to, they ambushed the 29 Task Force Brigade by 12:30 a.m. Of course, they started the activities from other places, other bases where they burned down cars, where they burned military trucks too, military hillocks too. Now, from the look of things, killing a military general, the military general wanted to escape from the whole thing. He wanted to escape with the armored vehicle, but it was not starting. That's from the look of it. It was not starting. Now they had to come there and maim his life. It takes Nigeria 25 years, or a country 25 years, to raise one general, and losing our generals just this way is a problem. And of course, Mr. President has commiserated with the military and the people who lost their lives. And also, he has already issued a statement on the matter, where he said that this is actually a sign that there's something going on, and the people who are, the terrorists, the ISWAP group, are under pressure. So when you are going after them, they actually will be going after you. Looking at Mr. President making that statement immediately would, of course, would raise a lot of concerns across the internet and across the people who are seeing the news. But here is that we are losing people, not just the terrorists, not just the military people that were killed. Soldiers, civilians from the report were also killed. So it raises a concern in the architecture of security in our nation.
Mr. Rees, let's get you involved into this conversation. Speaking to security, it seems that the more rhetoric we get, the more men will lose.
Well, it is unfortunate. It is a story that should not be heard. We thought that there wouldn't be a recurrent of such situation after General Oba was killed. We thought there isn't going to be any such story like that. But you see, there's a deepening insecurity. When the government continues to say things, they hardly do it. Things are not done. Because tell me, look at the kind of story it is. When you say that a Nigerian armored vehicle could not start, probably it has no fuel. Or it is not well maintained. So look at it from that perspective. And when you are talking about the insurgents attacking, they attacked the military base. It is not, they are now taking the war to the military bases. They are no longer running away. Because government continues to tell you that there's been an onslaught, they are being fired from the air, from the ground. Where? When those people are coming to the base of the military, from where the military will take off to come and fight them. So tell me, how true could that be if they tell you that they are doing this, they are doing that? How do you reconcile both stories now? The fact that they have, it was not an ambush. When you say an ambush, is either the military is coming and they ambush them. But this is coming to their base, to destroy their base. You see, these armored vehicles and everything has been destroyed. Vehicles, attack vehicles and so on. So you see that we are getting incapacitated the more. And we talked about a general. It takes about 25 years before we raise a general. Somebody must have climbed through the ranks and file to get the position of general, and the life of the general will be cautioned like that. Who are the people who will command? If you lose the commanders, if you lose people with experience in warfare and security, how do you now manage your security situation? So we actually do have a problem in Nigeria, and we have always saying these things rhetorically that Nigeria, okay, now it is condolence. The president has made a speech. It is about condolence. The president, how long will the government continue to condole the families of deceased persons, both civilians, military, security members, or security members of security agencies killed by insurgency? How long will we continue to begin to talk to their families and loved ones about their death? We are of course, that's not doing well. When people allude to Nigeria becoming a failed state, one tends to begin to think in that direction. When people allege that all is not well with the leadership of this country, of course, you don't blame anybody for thinking in that direction too, because things are there's so much confusion about the security situation in Nigeria. Insecurity has risen to an unprecedented level. that I feel that government is not ready or set to confront it headlong, or to minimize it, or to fight and win the insecurity war, because I do not see them winning. The insurgents are doing more and more and more. If you go back to December 25th bombing, and then you come through the records, you find out that it's been growing since then. It is one after the other, in a matter of days. In fact, every other day, there is a security breach somewhere in Nigeria. Every other day. So, how do you begin to... Do we even have enough military men and policemen and other sister agencies in the security institutions? Do we have enough men? How many do we have for 200 Nigerians? How many? So we surely do have a problem. And one begin to hear about trillions going to where? Trillions doing what for us? It's not the armament that we have. Yet we are talking about trillions. Where are these monies going to? Where is the pipe? Where is the pipe, loaded with some kind of liquid that tends to carry and flush out the monies to somewhere? Where is the pipe? We don't know. So, government should tell us exactly what is taking our money. Our money is not seen in the area of infrastructure. Our money is not seen in the area of security. Our money is not seen in the area of power supply. Then where do we expect to see? And presently they are planning some kind of a 200 billion investment to, development plan to develop Nigeria. How is it going to work with such insecurity situation?
All right, it's quite funny, but this is a very serious matter. And I'm laughing when you're asking, where is the pipe taking the money away? I always tell you, I remember and I reference that in the past we had a leader who said that we had the money. The problem was how to spend it. And I tell you, now we've mastered how to spend the money. Our problem becomes, how do we always make it available? And now they've mastered it. The money is available, the spending aspect is available, and they've mastered it. And we're beginning to cry. Yes, you may not see the pipe, the metaphorical pipe, taking away this money. But when you look at perhaps the big tummies, you may see where the pipes are channeled to. In having said that, it's quite sad that we're losing men that matter. Yes, you rightly pointed out. Yesterday was General Oba. Today is Brigadier General Oseni Omo and 17
Brahma.
Yeah, Omo Brahma and 17 other soldiers. Look at Brigadier General Oseni Omo Brahma. What would he be thinking? The same thing General Oba was thinking when he needed to be rescued from a nation that he has given all. A nation that he was willing to pay the ultimate sacrifice for. All he needed was to be rescued. He sent out coordinates. Till tomorrow, we have not been told how those coordinates ended up in the hands of the terrorists. Today, the ISWAP are emboldened to attack our military formation. This is not one of those engagements that happened in ambush, like you rightly pointed out. They are emboldened to attack a military formation. And now, we are speaking to losing God. Let me digress a bit. The United States in Iran, a US Air Force personnel ejected from his F-15 fighter jet. And what happened? The US turned everything upside down. In fact, they sacrificed more equipment to rescue him. There was a coordinated effort. More battle-hardened, tested men were sent forth into Iran, the enemy's territory, to rescue just one individual, coordinating with the state of Israel. In fact, they were willing to let out more hell to see that one individual was brought home alive. And kudos. And here, in how many months? We are losing general. You're not talking about ordinary recruits here.
Or pilots.
We are not looking at the investment that has gone into getting one to rise to the rank of a brigadier general. And here we are losing them. And yet everything seems normal in Nigeria. I will look at the defense minister come and give me rhetorics. I will listen to men that hold the destiny of this nation speak to it will not happen again. Yet it is not just happening, but it happens where it pinches this nation more. A brigadier general just wasted. He wasn't going about any other thing. He was in a military formation. Where is our pride as a people? Where is our pride as a nation? If the very military that we are meant to protect plateau, because when you put the AI cameras, there has to be a response when there is an imminent danger. Who do you send forth? The various armed forces. Now, the ISWAP, they are devil terrorists, no longer wait to be confronted. Rather, they are doing the confrontation. And the Nigerian nation sits and tells me, and you want me to go to bed with my eyes closed. You want Nigerians to believe again. Where will the confidence come from? Will it come from a civil servant or a minister that is in a cozy office, air-conditioned, telling me that it won't happen again? Or does it come from the comfort of the 17 men that laid their life for a nation that perhaps will continue to speak to rhetorics and continue to plan the next election, begin to plan who gets what in the next ballot? After we let them to rest, what happens to the families they left behind? You know, there are a whole lot of issues to interrogate here. And when I listen to you speak about this thing, Mr. Rez, you know, you captures it very well. The Nigerian state. When I open my mouth to speak to Nigeria, as many has alluded to Nigeria becoming a failed state, I wouldn't know if I will get home. I'll be so scared not to be picked up on the way by the agents of state. But the obvious are there. He wants us to get blindfolded to the facts of what is happening in our very eyes. Where in the world? Where in the world do you lose generals in this manner? Nations that are engaged in war. And I cited the US. I cited Israel. And here we want to be taken serious in the Committee of Nations, Giant of Africa. You know, I am so pained, Mr. Rez. You know, I am so pained. I'm so pained. The manner we are losing men. What happens if this thing gets to my village? You know, these are the thoughts. I am scared for my friends in Kano. I am scared for my friends in Jigawa State. I am scared for my friends in Bauchi. I am scared for my friends in Kaduna. Then, I want to sit and watch television and listen to rhetorics that it will not happen again. Yet more men, combatants, you are not speaking to civilians now. You are beginning to lose combatants in the numbers. Do we wait till men begin to run from the front line? Do we wait till we begin to see deserters before we know that it has gotten to a point where the Nigerian state needs to seal down and martial law plan? You know, the other day we were talking, and I was speaking to these issues. There is no roadmap. What's the timeline? And I challenge the government. I challenge the defense minister. I challenge them to come out and tell us what the plan plan is, the roadmap, what the roadmap is to end insurgency in Nigeria. I don't know. I don't know if I'm able to put words together, to be able to convey my heart, how it burns in me that Nigeria has gotten to a point where insurgents could dream of. Is this the same military that General Dogoyaro served? Is it the same military where we look into our history books and we remember the lives of Aguiyi? Is it the same military where, despite the checkered history of the nation, yes, we went to a civil war, but we remember gallant officers with their intention, though we continue to interrogate those intentions, but they were bold when it mattered to want to change the structure of this nation owing to a lot of issues they cited, the corruption and all that. We had soldiers. Is it the same military where, when, yes, General Sani Abacha will tell you that if such a scenario lasts more than 48 hours, that you should be bold to interrogate your government? Is it the same military that won Cameroon off Bakassi over the years that we're talking about? Is it the same military that went to Liberia leading their Comox soldiers, came back successful? Is it the soldiers that has gone to Congo, Sudan and the rest, and they came back so successful? The military that is reputed in Africa over the years, where we've sent our military men to the best of military training institutes, Sandhurst and the rest of them, and then we sacrifice them to a ragtag army with sophisticated weapon more than our men. Mr. Reyes, when you speak to these issues, you capture it vividly well that we have a ragtag army that are trained either in Sudan or some of these terrorist places within 2-3 months, and they come to confront our military with more sophisticated weapon. We see them in TikToks brandishing to air missiles, and yet the Nigerian state is not engaging. I have not seen the Nigerian state come to tell me that fighter jets have been scrambled to the forest areas that bombings are going on. There are a whole lot of issues. Let me stop here.
Right now on the Nation headline, we have MAC-led ADC returns to court after threats. Protest. MAC-led ADC returns to court after threats. Protest. The MAC-led faction of the ADC has gone back to court following alleged threats and recent protests, seeking legal action, protection, and clarity over the party's leadership crisis as tensions within the party continue to escalate. Well, I want to start from the last to here, because as MAC and the MAC-led National Working Committee, as the protest happened on Wednesday, it was said that just yesterday, Nafia Balagumbe also led his own people to protest in the INEC office. So the two factions went on a protest, trying to stand on their chance. Senator David Mark has also returned to court, suing INEC, why did they remove their names from the INEC official portal? Why were the names removed? While Nafiu Balagumbe is saying that INEC should not just declare the ADC party no National Working Committee, that he should be recognized. And he's the right leader, he's the right person to lead in the party. Now, looking at this quagmire that is happening in ADC, we could see that these tensions are rising and bringing doubts of coalition and the union which they have already gathered to be the next political party which can stand. We're trying to have a system, a society where we will not have a one-party state. And the only, or we could say, the formidable coalition party that we have, that Nigerians could say, oh, this is a coalition party, are having issues within them, and this faction and that faction are going on separate ways. This has led to a lot of confusion. Of course, it is something that we would have not seen coming, but I don't know. I'm just in a I'm just a bit confused because looking at David Mark...
You should not be confused.
Why I'm confused is because looking at David Mark and suing INEC to return their names to the INEC portal and recognize them officially, looking at the court ruling that has been from appeal court. Now, seeing Nafi Balagombe, and because of that action that Nafi Balagombe basically took, is now giving there's no end to this faction in ADC. It is a problem, I would say. It is a problem, yes.
Mr. Rez?
Yeah, you see, it is not just the Nafi Balagombe's faction. It has become three factions. We have the Dumebi Kachukwu,
yes,
who was the presidential candidate of the party in 2023 election, coming out with yet another faction and asking about 23 chairmen or state chairmen of the ADC to join him. Of course, even from here, the chairman, the Enugu state chairman, is now national treasurer of the Dumebi Kachukwu faction. So the factions has become three, and the court cases have become even more in excuse me in the northeast. I think Adamawa or thereabout. There's another court case that is ongoing there, and an order has been given. Of course, the state party structure is having another issue, which is about which faction they have to follow. So these are all the myriad of problems confronting the ADC. But if we look at it from the perspective, if you talk about the action of INEC, if you talk about the action of INEC, you find out that the action of INEC had been, myriadly said by various legal luminaries and none alike, is ultra-biased. That is to say that INEC acted beyond its powers. INEC has the administrative power. They do not have the judicial power to begin to enforce what it has not been asked to enforce. INEC was not asked to remove David Mark and the Mark-led National Cup from the portal. The Court of Appeal ruling says status quo ante bellum, and added to it, you dare not touch to preserve the rest. The rest in a matter, in the issue upon which somebody has come to court. So you have to leave it for the court to adjudicate and give a verdict. But status quo ante bellum means from the time the problem started, that is the crisis started, from the time the litigants came to court. That is from that time. But INEC had earlier recognized the Mark-led ESCO, National Working Committee. So it has been done. It has been completed. Even Nafi Bala went to court. And the court told Nafi Bala, no, yes, Dumebi Kachukwu went to court. And the court told Dumebi that what has been concluded cannot be upturned. That is where you say that there is only what you are asking the court to do cannot be done because the court may not have assumed the position of Jesus Christ, or the position of Elisha. Do you understand? Because the court cannot be those ancient prophets and, you know, acclaimed kings, spiritual kings. So the court cannot be them, and therefore it cannot raise Lazarus in that circumstance. When you talk about raising Lazarus, you cannot upturn what has been done. And the Supreme Court ruling too on the issue of party, intra-party, anything, intra-party disputes on who becomes the leader at any position of the party or candidate for the party. The Supreme Court ruling says it is an internal matter of the party. Therefore, it is not justiciable. That is to say that court has no jurisdiction to handle it. Now tell me, why has the courts, the High Court, been sitting on that matter, which they know it is not justiciable, which they know they don't have jurisdiction, which they should have just given a verdict, either strike it out or thereabout. Okay? Because there's nothing to adjudicate on it, because it is an internal matter of the party. If the party convened, INEC was there, and during the convention they decided, okay, let's say for instance Adu Gombe was the chairman or the deputy chairman. Let's say he didn't resign. The fact that NEC, in a place where he was present, INEC was present, and the NEC of the party dissolved and elected a caretaker, appointed a caretaker committee, and he didn't do anything. Of course, equity does not help the indolent. You cannot, if you have your land and somebody comes to build on it, and you are seen looking at the person after the building, you are looking at the person. Of course, equity does not, the person has taken possession. The court will tell you that equity does not help the indolent. This is one of the maxims of equity. And for nephew Bala Gombe, who was in that NEC meeting, he is not supposed to be helped, because he already had accepted that the back-led ESCO is right. He did not go to court until after some months. He did not go to court until after some months. If it had been a court verdict, it would have been statute barred. If it had been a court verdict, if you do not appeal or seek redress within a particular frame of time, a particular time frame, it means that you are not ready to do that, and it will come back to equity, still not helping the indolent. You cannot be sleeping. You are not supposed to sleep when your things are being taken away. Let's say that it is your thing and it's being taken away. You were just sleeping. But in that circumstance, it has even been proved that the forensic examination of the signature was his. But beyond that, he's still saying that his signature was forged. Who did? INEC, you had a memo after the NEC meeting. You got the memo about nephew Bala, the resignation of Rafi Bala, that of Raf Mosu too. All of them, they were all memoed to the INEC. INEC have all the documents. These things has been finished. It is done. Why are you coming back? And INEC, what powers do you have? You wait for the court. If the court says these people are no longer this and that, okay, somebody has got to challenge it. Wait for the court to say it. Then they told you should go back to status quo ante bellum, and you interpreted it. If you do not know the interpretation, you go to court. You go to appeal court and say, tell us what you mean by status quo antebellum in the present circumstance. And they will tell you. And if they tell you, that's what you implement.
That's quite apt. It's unfortunate that things has degenerated to this point. And I, for one, am sympathetic to the opposition political parties in Nigeria, because all of them seems to be sick. Sick in the sense that none of them are at this instant certain of the direction of these parties. Speaking to PDP, speaking to ADC now, the coalition party and Labour Party. At this instance, I do not know anyone in these political parties who can categorically tell you that this is the direction these parties are going to. You are quite explicit. You've spoken to these issues. And speaking to David Mark going to court, yes, this is the right thing to do. He has to, go back to the courts. These orders, these rulings are of court. And INEC, in trying to interpret the position of the court, I think overreached its bounds in this instance. What one expected from INEC is that INEC will have gone to the court and asked for the interpretation of that very order, what status quo antebellum meant in this very instance, and not pandering to the letter from lawyers. Having said that, David Mark, after the protests and all that, have done the Mark leadership, have gone to court, asking the court, amongst other things, a mandatory injunction setting aside the removal of the party's officer's name from INEC portal, amidst the fact that they are asking that INEC be mandated, to give a mandatory injunction directing INEC to restore recognition to all members of the National Working Committee of the party. And for me, this is a way to go. And they equally ask that the David Mark and Areboshala, be recognized, and INEC should continue to recognize them as the authentic leaders of the ADC. But having said all this, let's speak to the matter, the issues here. There was a counter-protest yesterday, organized on behalf and for Bala Nafi Gombe. And then, having listened to Ralph Ngosu, I dare ask, who is funding this situation? Who is funding the crisis that we're seeing across the political parties in Nigeria? That's the question. And until we find, the answer, when we're in school, they will give you figures and tell you to find S. The S here is for us to find out who is funding the crisis in these political parties.
Excuse me. You see, it is only a statement that, to hoodwink Nigerians. That is why the allegations being raised, the spokesperson of ADC already said it on a national television, that there is the hand of the ruling party. He said it openly. It's an allegation. He alleged that although in the national television, he said it cannot be subsidized, he said his argument was, how can you say it is not substantiated? People know Bala and nephew Bala Gombe. He barely could do anything for himself. And within the past 2 weeks, he's going with a convoy. He has a house in the highbrow area in Abuja. And he's doling out, and he alleged that a minister of the Federal Republic and a governor from the southeastern part of Nigeria are the people doing the funding of Bala Gombe. That they know Bala Gombe as somebody who could not do much to himself. He's just a young man that is hustling to survive like every other young man.
All right. Those are alleged, and then, well, good as it may sound, let them be bold enough to own these positions. And then, because the way things are degenerating, unfortunately, Unfortunately, it may not go political parties. To what end? Do we now agree that we are moving towards a one-party state? These are the issues. And one-party state, if multi-party have not aided development in Nigeria, is it a one-party state that would now cushion the effects of hunger in Nigeria, that will move us to the position of the developed other nations in the world? These are issues that needs to be interrogated. Why I was raising the issue of finding that very S, and this hand dares to move Nigeria back towards a situation that we saw ourselves during the Abacha period. Remember the 5 leprous fingers that was so spoken about? And this one is that it's become, when you speaking to the 5 leprous hand, maybe even a better situation to when you have just a single leprous hand, and they are no alternative in this instance. It becomes even more dangerous, and that situation endangers our democracy, and which is why I speak to every individual, every person, irrespective of party affiliation, needs to speak out at this time that there's no frontline opposition political party in Nigeria that is healthy. The only party that seems to be thriving in this instance is the ruling party, and is not very good for democracy. And when we look at all these issues, both the allegations and counter allegations here, it becomes more worrisome and points to the fact that we may stand to derail our democracy. The INEC timetable is here. They have given the roadmap to 2027 election, and if we do not interrogate these issues, if we do not exhaust these litigations, then it may compromise this election timetable. And I weep for those of them in the other political parties, the ADC, which is why over time, when I sound so harsh to this opposition, it comes from periods like this. But I expect that these frontline politicians, they are seasoned politicians, at this instance, they should be devising counter strategies to, handle this situation, because one is expecting that part of the things that the David Mark leadership should move for and ask for is an expedited hearing on this matter, such that this issue should be exhausted for ADC to be able to meet up with INEC timeline. And in all, one dares to caution INEC. INEC is an umpire. Their position, irrespective of how seemingly legally right, they shouldn't do anything to make Nigerians become wary of their neutrality. As an umpire, they need to ensure that the process is quite clear and clean, leading to the outcome. Because if you do not have a very clean, fair, credible process, then the outcome will be made. It means that the election, if organized, will not be generally acceptable by Nigerians. It throws us into a very sorry state that Nigerians wouldn't want to. So in all, I know that we'll have a Democrat as president. Yes, and that is my joy in all this. That I feel, after all said and done, that he will do everything. He wouldn't want to, in 2027, when he was declared a winner and he becomes a pariah victory, he would want a keenly contested election. And if he emerges, he would want to win clean, fair, and square. Therefore, all hands and is expected should be in salvaging and nudging our democracy towards the right path. The competition amongst political parties makes it keener, makes it even better for the people to choose their leaders, who they want. We shouldn't want a situation where a single political party or individual is trusted upon the people. It's not democracy, and it won't be good for Nigeria.
All right, with that, we are going on a short break. We'll be right back with more updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economics is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now we go over to the Daily Sun, which says, Daily Sun headline, which says travel advisory doesn't reflect overall security situation across Nigeria. Talking about the newspaper headline, the federal government argues that recent foreign travel advisories exaggerate security concerns and do not accurately represent the overall situation in Nigeria, insisting that many parts of the country remain safe despite isolated incidents of insecurity. This is another time that federal government is responding to the U.S. and the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, is coming out to say that it is not as U.S. have said, that there are other places in Nigeria which are safe. And he mentioned regarding the insecurity issues we are having in Nigeria. There are other places that are safe that it raises a concern about the U.S. again coming to giving an information that if you are not going to if you are not doing anything so much, you have to leave Nigeria. You have to leave from where you are, and that is a lot. Looking at the insecurity issue that we are facing in our state.
You see, when the United States comes with this kind of adversary statements, it is taken serious. Nigeria, in terms of image and image laundering, because of the image of the government, which is waning, the image of the government or the Federal Republic of Nigeria is waning. The Minister of Information has to come out to tell the world that it is not so. Well, if truly it was not so, then he said there are isolated situations of security breaches. But can one truly defend that statement? The isolation of security breaches in Nigeria. Can one? It is the security breaches that we have every other day. And that is what the Americans are saying, that Americans in Nigeria should be careful. There were advices on what they had, those who must stay in Nigeria must be doing to ensure their safety. So it is not poisonous for Americans to advise their own in terms of their stay in Nigeria, because there is surely insecurity problem in Nigeria. If anybody is saying there is none, if the Minister of Information is saying there is none, then he's hoodwinking Nigerians and the world to believe differently. There is insecurity in Nigeria, and the Americans are right to say that. And those who actually gave the American government the information are Americans who are here in the American embassies here in Nigeria. They have all manner of people, their own security network, intel, findings, and all. They have those things working in Nigeria because they have a virile relationship, a high commission in Nigeria and embassy. So if anybody is doubting the outcome, of course, To what extent? Look at Nigeria doubting, information from America. Do you have your own information? When they get information more than you do, even in your own country. We do know that they do not even, if they do have the information of insurgency, then why have they not confronted them? If they now tell us that they know, then the agencies should have confronted them, but they don't. If they do, let them prove the people who are saying they don't wrong. That is just the way out. And for the Americans, they are sure of what they are doing, and Americans would want to protect their own at every situation. That's why they started to give an early warning. Of course, they had warned before, and now it is recurrent, which means that the place, Nigeria is not rosy for the stay of Americans.
Nigeria is not rosy for the stay of Americans. Is it just Americans? Is it rosy for the stay of Nigerians in Nigeria?
Nigerians
let's speak to this issue.
Nigerians will not run away. Where would they go to?
If the information minister is speaking to what the U.S. position is not being tenable or does not portray the picture of the security situation in Nigeria, the answer is there. Where is Brigadier General Omo?
That is it. I mean, we know that.
Where is Brigadier General Seni?
Oh.
This is the answer. Where are the 17 troops?
Is it the 17?
No, let's
just
start from there. Let's not talk about the civilians that were killed. Let's talk about combatants. The civilians that were killed, many of them do not have a machete. You're losing combatants, the people that will provide the protection, and you're speaking to an estate with higher intel, even about your nation.
Advices.
And they are pulling out their nationals. And let me tell you, I may not be able to speak, to these very issues because of where I see it. But one thing I need to point out is this. Within the last 3 months, the United States government has issued upward of more than 3 alerts to their citizens in Nigeria. We need to be cautious. We need to start watching. And I will make reference. Before the escalation in Iran, there were alerts in the Middle East, pulling out their nationals. Go to the situation in Rwanda, when we had the fratricidal war in Rwanda. They pulled out their people. They were alerts. They pulled out their people. Go to other places where you have crisis. Watch the pattern. We're seeing similar pattern playing out in Nigeria. And on multiple occasions they come out. And what have they told you? They are telling you that they are citizens who are, not authorized, those who doesn't have really any serious thing to do. They should go back. They are pulling them back. You know what they are doing? They will leave combatants behind. They will leave those in the intelligence, in the military circles behind. Those who are able to handle themselves if the situation calls for it. These are the people they will leave behind for you, telling you that we are, sinking into the outer periphery. That the situation is becoming dire. And I want to ask a question, Mr. Rez. I don't know where the answer may come from. Because from all indication, where the minister is now beginning to question the position of the United States when it comes to intel, I ask, what has happened to the collaboration? Because we were told since December 2025 that we are collaborating with the government of the United States.
You see, this is a very big question. The Nigerian government should have been in a better position to now answer this question, to tell us exactly the level of collaboration and the presence of Nigerians, United States soldiers in Nigeria, and what has happened so far, what has been done, what's been achieved. Because I want to look at the U.S., they are prosecuting a war. Somehow, that tends to take the interest of the government of the United States more from any other place where they are stationed. That is what I believe. That immediately after this war in Iran, I think the U.S. will fully come in to know exactly what we are doing. And by these warnings, advisory warnings for Americans to leave and all that, it points to the fact that all is not well in Nigeria.
All is did not well, because they are telling non-emergency employees to leave, telling you that situation is escalating and deteriorating faster than should be. And in this instance, it means that this collaboration, perhaps is not collaborating, because there has to be, a concerted effort. They should know that, yes, look at what is being done. And it leads me back to the same question I keep asking. Where is the roadmap? Where is the security roadmap? I bet you, bring the ministers, bring our elite men that determines how national security is. There's no clear roadmap on how we're going to handle and stop this insurgency. So when the government of the United States start pulling out their national from your territory, you need to be very cautious, because a number of times they do not share the whole intel with you. That's one thing you should be careful about. Yeah. They do not share all the intel, because when it comes to intel, they are getting the intel. They have it top hand, top notch, and they do not share all. So when they begin to pull their personnel, their nationals out of your country, we need to sit up. Our national security advisor, our defense ministers, our armed forces, everyone involved, our leadership, everybody needs to sit up. Something is not well. No matter how we want to whitewash it, the answer stares us in the face. Let us go and bring Brigadier General Useni or more back. Then, until then, we will now have the right to respond to the United States.
You will only do that if you become like the old ancient prophets.
Okay, and we are not ancient prophets. We are Nigerians.
And that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of any of these papers or check and catch the full details online. Next is in the other news. We have a news on Ezendibo worldwide, who has banned the conferment and use of the title Ezendibo outside Igbo land. The President General of Ezendibo, Chief John Azotambata, said the decision followed consultation with traditional rulers across Southeast, detailing such titles invalid outside the region.
Okay. Yesterday there was an Imobi meeting of Ahaneze where they deliberated a number of issues. And here, Mr. Reyes, would you speak to the issue of Ezendibo causing chaos, turmoil and crisis wherever the Igbos are domiciled, the Igbo diaspora most especially, and the Ezendibo worldwide, the apex socio-cultural organization of the Igbos, had come out yesterday from that Imobi meeting to issue an ultimatum not to recognize any Ezendibo, anywhere outside Igbo land. And when you look into that deliberation, you see a number of people that spoke, they are speaking to issues around monetization of chieftaincy titles, positions, kingship, and all that. And it's not really palatable, this situation. But for me, I'm excited that the Ezendibo has taken a firm stand on this issue, and perhaps we may not see other crises again, like we witnessed in South Africa, Northeast London, where this thing snowballed into dangerous crisis.
And Ghana.
And Ghana as well, yes.
You see, like we mentioned, some of the places where the Ezendibo title and fanfare and cultural exhibitions have caused problems. Even in Lagos and some other places in Nigeria, we have had litigations about who becomes Ezendibo. In Lagos, who becomes Ezendibo. In Kano, we have, and several of it, even in Kwara, we have seen problems here and there. And the Ezendibo is right in their decision to now say it should not be done. Then Igbos, if they will actually agree with the position of Iran, because it is not enforceable. Because it is not enforceable, it is not, built or, said based on the provision of a law that set up Ohanese or something, So the enforceability is a concern. But I hope that Igbos, both in diaspora, will listen to this principled condition, principled, law. It is in principle that they should not go into any such Igbo in diaspora anywhere in the world.
All right, and you're speaking to the enforcement aspect of it. Yes, clearly, there may not be an arm to enforce it, but I know that when these people know that they will not be recognized outside their family house, they will deter from seeking such positions.
Yes, still in other news, we have the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has dismantled an alleged cybercrime training center, popularly known as the Yahoo Academy in Karu, Abuja, arresting 31 suspects during a coordinated operation.
We have a Yahoo Academy now. Mr. Rez, have things deteriorated to that level? The person was so bold enough to even name it a Yahoo Academy. A number of times the EFCC are, chastised for the things, their failures, the things they do not do well. But in this very one, I think kudos to EFCC for raiding that place. But away from the academy itself, it speaks to the decay in our society, how moral decadence, has gotten to this level, especially in this generation, that people no longer want to go into legitimate business. People want quick money. What in Igbo land they call egumbute. And I was somewhere the other day hearing somebody's prayer. He was saying that God should bless him with $1 billion US. And I turned to look at this person. Where will God bless you with $1 billion US if you don't go into crime? And and this is the mindset of most of our youth. Yeah. You see a 15-year-old coming back home with a very expensive state-of-the-art cars, owning mansion here and there, and then people come out to, dance, celebrate such an individual. 15 years. 15 years should still be in secondary school, I suppose. And this is where we are as a people.
Well, you have spoken about the generation of morals. The generation of morals is a very serious thing, and it goes back to the nucleus family. What is the upbringing like? What is the upbringing? The father, the mother, and the children. How do they bring up their children? What kind of morals do they engage them in ensuring that they will grow to become morally right? Those who believe in having mentors, looking at very distinguished persons, their family members, to become who they want to be. This time, you find out that a lot of people who grew up immorally come out and eventually become people with plenty of money. So these younger ones look at them. They want to own up these things, own cars, choicy cars, state-of-the-art cars, SUVs, and all that, without working, without doing anything, without even getting the basic education. Many of them. Especially now, in Nigeria, a lot of youth believe in ritual money, how to make money ritual. Whether it exists or it does not exist, that's something I do not actually know. But it is all over the place. Every day you hear about ritual. And people are killed, slaughtered, and their body parts are decimated and sold, and so on. How do we begin to, reconcile that? How does this ritual money come? Does it mean that money will fall from heaven? Or does it mean that money will, on earth from the ground and you see money? So it is unfortunate that today's younger ones are no longer people who believe in, mentorship, believe in role models, who believe in their role models are those who have gone through the unideal things, the things that are not morally right. That is the people they take as their role models. And that is why they all engage in that kind of situation. So I still blame the church. The church has to do more
Not just the church, the society as
The
a whole.
Society has to do.
Because
and
I've seen parents. Yes, I know where you started, but
from
yes,
the
but
family,
the society,
nucleus family,
yes,
the church-based or the religious-based organizations, and of course the civil society.
One day, maybe if we have time, we'll have to interrogate this issue. There are a whole lot of factors here. You have the government aspect, you have everybody inclusive. We'll have to interrogate this very issue.
All right, up next is our business update.
All right, for want of time, we'll quickly, bring you to the Aneke TV business desk, where we'll just simply go into our market forecast for today. Yeah, this for especially for Nigerian investors, and looking and speaking for the equities, we are looking out today that the equities will be bullish. Yes, the equities at the Nigerian exchange will be bullish this year today. That's our forecast for today. The rally continues as the investors react to Nigerians' return to frontier market status. Yes, high activities is expected in Nigeria Exchange Group. Speaking to the bonus, yes, the bonus share, which is 1 to 2, for today. So these things would push the market activities that we're expecting it to be bullish. And then another area to look at is the tier 1 banks. These are the stocks to look into for today. Yes, and then speaking to forex, we're looking at a forex market that will be stable today. Yes, the forex market, our forecast for today is that the forex market will be stable, and the naira should hold around 1,360 naira against the dollar. That's the official market, and at the parallel market we are looking at 1,485 naira against the US dollar. Yes, liquidity is improving, but retail demand remains high. And then looking at commodities, in the commodities market, our forecast is that it will be a mixed reaction. Yes, speaking to export commodities like coca, ginger are favored, to move well, be a little bit bullish today. And then on the domestic front, speaking to grain prices, may soften slightly following the United States Department of Agriculture and World Agricultural Supply and Demand report showing higher global stocks. And these are our very forecasts for today's market. And on the energy sector, we are telling all investors to be on a very high alert, especially as Brent nears $98 per barrel, supports state revenue but keeps domestic fuel landing costs under pressure. So be cautious when you go into the energy sector. If you have to be a keen big player who can be able to remain on high alert as things move on. But in all, our advice today is that you focus on blue chip stocks. Yes, focus on the blue chip stocks, and then looking at the export linked commodities as well. These ones will do well. Yes, capitalizing on the new frontier sentiments, where Nigerian Stock Exchange has been classified as a high frontier exchange, all over the world as well. So these things will help to boost the market today. But in all, we'll tell you that please, before you make incursion into the Nigerian financial sector, please do reach out to a certified financial analyst, and this is due to the volatility of the market. And that's where we'll call it wraps on Aneke TV business desk.
And that's a wrap on this edition of Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And Mr. S, thank you for those in-depth analysis on newsworthy issues in Nigeria. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, and for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise and the crew at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. then Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on this special edition of The Insight. Remember, on The Insight is that program where we stray habits of issues, topics, headlines that help in shaping our nation. And today, we will confront an undeniable and urgent reality. Nigeria's health sector is not merely challenged, it is in a state of rolling emergency. From persistent scourge of preventable diseases like malaria, high maternal mortality rates, to the rapid brain drain of our most skilled medical personnel, the foundational cracks in our health sector systems are claiming lives and crippling our national potential. Today, we are looking at the Nigeria's health emergency, act now or lose more. And to help us x-ray and give postmortem analysis of this issue is Dr. Ejiofor Brendan Mama, the first Vice Chairman, Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, immediate past Chairman, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, and as well he is the Assistant Director, Medical Laboratory Services, UNTH, Ituku Ozala, Enugu State. Doctor, it's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Thank you so much.
I hope that trip.
Thank you so much.
That trip to that place was fruitful.
Yes, to the glory of God.
And thank you for obliging me. I know I disturbed you a lot.
There's no problem. It's just a matter of engagement, exigencies and all these things.
We understand.
I'm sorry, I've not been able to honor your invitation.
We understand.
To some
we understand all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my viewers.
So, Doctor, today we are looking at the Nigerian health sector. It's become an emergency case, and let me start with, it's been reported that about 7,600 suspected cases of Lassa fever and 116 deaths reported across 21 states in Nigeria in this 2025 alone. And then going forward, one will want to ask, why is Nigeria still losing hundreds of lives yearly to preventable diseases like Lassa fever?
Thank you so much, my uncle. When you ask about this situation where we lose thousands of people and reporting cases of Lassa fever on a yearly basis, because it's seasonal and we have not been able to contain it, it's just because of one major thing: funding.
Funding?
Yes, inadequate training and unconducive environment where people are working. because in 2001, the African heads of states gathered in our capital, Federal Capital Territory, to resolve that at least 50% of annual budget should be allocated to health sector. And that is about 2% above what World Health Organization recommended. And from that 2001 till now, this is 24 years, this thing is hardly met. This year alone, the whopping sum of 47 trillion 900 billion naira was budgeted. And my dear brother, do you want to know how much was allocated to health sector?
We're eager to know, doctor.
Just 2.8 trillion naira, which is just about 5.1%. Far below what the World Health Organization recommended. Far below what they agreed in 2011 in Abuja. And all these things have been happening. The highest administration that allotted up to 6.5% to health sector was the former president of this country, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. That was in 2007 when he wants to leave office. Yaradua came, sustained it to 6.1, and then unfortunately we lost Yaradua. In 2014, the highest then was 6.6 by Goodluck Jonathan, and since then it has been dwindling. And a lot of things are happening, and most of the issue we are having in the country today is that the capable hands are leaving the country on a daily basis. Okay. Report has it that first 3 years, about 46,000 nurses have left the country, while more than 12,000 medical doctors left the country, and over 6,800 medical lab scientists have left the country and look for greener pasture, and look for better payment. As we are talking to you, if not resolved, the Nigerian medical doctors in the umbrella of the resident doctors have planned to embark on strike by 12 midnight today.
Please
all because of
that again.
Yes, the National Association of Resident Doctors across the 36 states and FCT have resolved to go on strike by 12 midnight this today, 31st day of October, just because of poor funding and a lot of areas not paid. So what we're just trying to say is that when the funding, because we see to whom much expected, much should be given. And insecurity is the major cause of the problem, because most of money that's supposed to go to health sector is going down to the security sector. And because of that, that area is lacking, and people always look for a better place where they can make living and make life better. A lot of things are going on in the society, and when during the outbreak of COVID-19, that was in 2020, from that time, though it was a blessing in disguise, because by that time we had only about not up to 6 molecular laboratories in the country, but the outbreak of that COVID-19 was able to open the eyes of the people across the globe that there is need for us to equip our health sectors.
Okay.
And then, as we are talking in this country now, we have over 45 molecular diagnosis centers in Nigeria. But surprisingly to tell you, not all up to 50% of them are functional. Oh. Immediately there was a recession of this COVID-19. Everybody folded his or her arms and then be looking. So why wouldn't there be outbreak of Lassa fever? Because we have already lost our guards and believe that all is uhuru, whereas all is not uhuru. People are losing their lives on a daily basis. And above all, even the universal health coverage that plan to give good health to the populace has not been met. Since 2015, we'll be targeting that by 2030, everybody will have access to good health care. How far has it gone? In the country now, we have at least 35,000 primary health centers. And I want to tell you that not up to 25% of them is working effectively. And I want to give credit to the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Petermbah, for taking that bold step of establishing type 2 primary health centers across the 260 wards in Enugu State. And we are charging him in the last technical working group committee meeting we had at Aaron Suit in Enugu here. We advised him that one thing is building those health centers. Another thing is equipping it. And the most important thing is the human resources. Because when you build all these things and people are not there to manage it, it is going to be a mere warehouses. And we recommended that at least 2 health professionals should be in that 260 health centers is planning. At least 2 medical doctors, 2 pharmacists, 2 medical laboratory scientists, not less than 2 nurses, health workers, and the community health work extension officers, lab technicians, lab assistants, physicians. What do we call them? These pharmacy technicians, and even pharmacists should be in that primary health center, because that primary health center is the basis where people can have access to good health care, and it is one of the primary things that the Sustainable Development Goal of 2015 aimed at, to take good health down to the grassroots. And with that, now you find out that people who have just mere malaria will not travel all the way from enugu, from Okbo, from Igogoro, from Wachi down to UNT just because you are not able to treat complicated malaria. And we can only actualize that if we equip our hospitals and also man it with professionals. And that is where the area of this association of professional bodies come into play, because we are advocating for professionalism. Whoever is working, if you can be a professional in it, you don't put a round peg in a square hole and expect things to work. Okay. So that is the major problem why we are still experiencing. How many diagnosis centers will be able to identify that Lassa fever you are talking about? How many trained molecular biologists are there? Medical laboratory scientists are there to manage it. So that is why on a yearly basis we keep on hearing that people are losing their lives to one communicable disease or the other, and we charge the government to brace up. We are not mindful of the effort of President Tinubu. He also, I think, he allotted about 45 billion naira to primary health center, but it was skewed to the north. About 8,000 health centers that are getting that money is spread across 18 states in the north. So those in the south will also benefit from it.
So, Doc, sorry to cut in. Okay. You mean to tell me that the down south is cut off from accessing that?
From the information within my reach, that is what I gathered. But I believe subsequently he will remember the southern part of the country.
Okay. A lot of information to unpack, and I know you've spoken to it, but I will still ask that question. I want to know, though you've given me numbers and others, but how prepared is Nigeria's healthcare system able to dictate, respond rapidly to any emerging infectious disease? Talk about Ebola, even diarrhea. We've mentioned Lassa fever. I want to know, let's speak to those practical numbers that you did mention again.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. You know, I told you that during the outbreak of that COVID, I think it was in February either 19 or so in 2020 in Lagos, the Nigerian health sector, both private and public, do not have adequate equipment to even detect that COVID. Okay. In the name of this PCR, polymerase chain reaction machine. Apart from Lagos, and some others, South here, we don't have. But during the outbreak of that COVID, they were able to establish about 45 molecular diagnosis centers. Okay. And with this now, I want to tell you that not up to 25% of them is working. So how will they be able to detect? And even the expert trained on that, that's as the figure I gave you, that over 6,800 medical lab scientists who are trained in that across this, the 774 local governments in this country have left for a greener pasture. So new hands must be trained, and also those equipment must be serviced. From 2020 to now is 5 years, and most of this equipment needs what? Routine maintenance, and in the end, it has to be optimally used. So immediately the COVID was announced to have been eradicated, people now lost their gas and then continue their normal way. The only way we can do this is to ensure that we equip our diagnosis centers which is the major thing, because not all fever is malaria.
Okay.
Some of them are caused by hemorrhagic, hemorrhagic fever and all these things. And the only way you can distinguish them is by doing what? Is by carrying out medical laboratory tests.
Okay. Doctor, let's continue along this line. Recently, I don't know if you saw that headline about COVID scare in Lagos. Hospitals are reported to be having repeated cases of malaria, cough, aches, and it's been attributed to the fact that they are suspecting that maybe perhaps COVID could be back to the country. I wanted to hear more of that issue, but I want to ask in that line, how would Nigerians, or how can Nigerians protect themselves daily from such deadly diseases, in line with what we are saying, that the trained individuals have japa, that will need more retraining, we need to make available more laboratories. But I want to ask, how can Nigerians protect themselves? Because at the end of the day, we are left to our fate.
Yes, thank you so much. The God of Africans, the God of Nigeria is always strong, and there is so much on our side. Remember, during the outbreak of COVID-19, it was speculated that Nigerians would be, the corpses would be on the streets, but God did not allow that to happen. But surprisingly, immediately they announced that, they have tackled COVID-19 head-on. Everybody lost guard. Even most of us in the health sector. You see people consulting without nose mask. And then if it were there, while in the studio now, I'll put on my nose mask and all these things. All those preventive measures should also be. The only thing is that we have not totally eradicated COVID. If we keep on testing, you find out that some people are still having different variants, different strains of this COVID. But the only thing we did is that we have developed immunity against it. And that is why it seems that maybe it's already been eradicated. No, all those people that are having all those symptoms you mentioned now, sneezing, coughing, and chest pain, and all these things, if you carry out tests, don't be surprised. It could be COVID. But the only thing is that our system has already, taken charge, and within few months, it's just a flu, and within few days or so, you come over it. So what am I saying in effect? We should not completely lose guard. That your hand sanitizer should always be in your pocket. That your private outfit, be it health or commercial, make sure you have a running water outside there. Whoever is coming should wash his or her hand, and also make sure you maintain the coughing etiquette. Because most of all, before you know it, if it's a reflector, before you know, you cover your mouth and then sneeze into it, and when I come in, you now give me your hand to shake, and by the end of the day, I will not only contaminate myself while driving, I will contaminate my steering, and I will not sanitize it. You might not be going to car wash every day, and I want to use this opportunity to tell people, while washing your car, it's very, very important that on daily basis you wash your steering.
Okay.
Even if you don't wash, to sterilize it.
But that's one place that we really wash.
We really go there. We really go there. It's only when we go to car wash, and most of them don't even. After shaking you now, the next thing is open my door and then go and contaminate my steering, and it will be there waiting for me. Depending on the strain, some viruses could last up to 2-3 days. Some can die immediately. But because of that, it's very, very important. Have that your hand sanitizer in your pocket. It is not all uhuru. Apart from COVID, any other disease communicable disease can still come up, and it will go a long way in preventing you. And most of people who adhere to the usage of personal protective equipment in the laboratory are in health sector. Then, when there was outbreak of COVID, they were not infected because they are used to it. So, because they show for face that they say, you don't know who carries it, and that is why you apply what we call universal precaution. Treat everybody as though such a person has infectious disease. So with this, my uncle, I think if we go along that, I'm just coming from Lagos, I had that news, and that is what we discussed, topic of discussion. Let us go back to those preventive measures we are using. Let us not completely throw away our gas and believe that all is uhuru. Apart from COVID, there are a lot of, because we have a lot of imagine and reimagine diseases going on globally, not only in Nigeria. And as I'm talking in this studio now, something might even take me, by the next 30 minutes you see me in Lagos, from Lagos to Dubai and all. That is how we are carrying all those strains of infections across. So it has become a global village. I will have to take that precaution.
All right. Doc, while we're talking, there are a lot of things you're unraveling and unpacking that I would want to ask more questions, but I'll keep them aside. Let us go into the primary healthcare sector. Okay. You've talked about what the government of Enugu State is doing.
Yes.
But I bet Enugu State, we're looking at Nigeria as a whole. And I want to ask, in the area of primary healthcare, why is it that our primary healthcare centers are still dysfunctional? Because from the little I've learned from what you're saying, is the key in healthcare services in Nigeria, but they are very much dysfunctional. And I want to ask, what can we do?
The only thing we can do, first of all, we have to increase the amount of fund we'll release to the health sector, and also make sure that we create an enabling environment, because these 35,000 primary health centers I told you about, 85% of them are in rural area. And I want to let you know that life in those rural areas are not quite comfortable. Most health workers will always like to stay in the city, and that is why there is no balance in the distribution of health workers between the urban and the rural sector. And the latest issue of insecurity, insurgency has already worsened it, because nobody will want to stay in a community where somebody can waylay you or even come and invade your house overnight. If we improve our security, just as we're advising that our technical working group, that the indigenous people who are trained in those health sector, those areas of specialty, should be encouraged to go and then help their people. If possible, even be on bond. Train them from university. Give them condition, because the fear is that after training them, they might leave the country for the greener pasture. But if we make the environment conducive and also have a legal backup, that after training such a person will stay back in the community where he or she was born to develop that area, it will go a long way. And also, in 1999, there is a national health insurance scheme, but that was implemented in 2005. I'll call it National Health Insurance Scheme. Now, it is now National Health Insurance Act of 2022. That one is to ensure that item 3.8 in the Universal Health Care in Sustainable Development Goal, which is universal health coverage for all, is maintained. This time around, it is good to let you know that there is improvement after that act. At about 19.2 million Nigerians have enrolled, but I want to tell you that about 95% of them are in urban centers. So that is why we are challenging people, the governments in power, to ensure that all those primary health centers should be well equipped, and that they should serve as the HMO for people who are ready to use that place. Equip the place with a good equipment, make sure there is enough drugs, and also make sure that there are personnel there to manage the place. By the end of the day, let them get quality health services, which is the major aim of that NHIA Act 2022. So with this now, in fact, that will be able to solve our problems to the barest minimum. Once we keep this insecurity out of it, and also make life better, amenities also be there, good network, and that is why I think have to also bring it down to Enugu State. Enugu State government is trying in terms of a good network, but the only thing, it has to do more about the insecurity. People are still being invaded in the communities, and then much work has to be done there. So with this, you find out that once we uniformly distribute health workers to the rural areas and few in the centers, we can also encourage them by making sure that those people in rural areas are well paid, even better paid, to encourage them to stay more than those people in city, so that it will not be an inducement. You don't have any reason to be in the city when you are well paid in the villages. So with that now, my dear brother, it will go a long way in solving our problems.
Okay. While you were speaking, you mentioned the HMOs.
Yes.
And I want to ask, from your experience in Nigeria and outside the country, do you believe that the HMOs, talking about the national insurance schemes and all that, are the best way to go to make primary health care accessible and affordable for Nigerians?
Yes, I think I have to give credit to former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who brought that initiative in 2005. The hospital maintenance officers are the hospitals that, as you are here, you choose such a hospital where you can have access to Medicare at a reduced amount of money. But even in UNTH, where I practice, and other health centers where these services are being rendered, there's one glitch there. For you to generate the code, the so-called code, it takes how many hours, to the point that if you are not patient, you might even abandon it and then go and get your conventional access to healthcare. So that would have been the best if really we uphold what is there and make things seamless. Because with that now, even some selective surgeries is being done free of charge, CS free of charge, and even a laboratory test not up to 10% to the best of my knowledge. And with that, it will reduce this out-of-pocket expenditure. And in the end, that dream of having people attain at least age of 70 years as our life expectancy will be actualized. So that is it. It's the best way to go, but the management has not been living up to standard.
Okay.
And if the federal government can beam their searchlight on it, because earlier than now, it's only the public servant that are accessing it.
Yes.
But even those people in the street now with this NHIA can have access to it so long you maintain your phone.
I was going to ask that, how do we make it accessible for the artisans, the traders, the marketing?
It has been open to all. It's just that people do not have the information.
So the problem, the challenge here is information.
Information. If you have access to information, it's really available.
All right.
And there's a lot of improvement in that area.
All right. You know, while we were talking, you just gave us an information about the resident doctors embarking on strike, and this has been a very, should I use the word malignant? That's what people use. That's why when people talk about this MS, it says either it's a malignant tumor or something.
Yes.
And I should say that the issue, the case of resident doctors has becoming malignant as far as healthcare sector is concerned in Nigeria. And I want to ask, are you at liberty to speak about what these challenges are?
Well, I'm not their spokesperson.
No, I know.
And the only thing is just that it's advisable you have the contact of their leadership here, so that they will, tell the people why they are going on strike, and then let the people know the reason. But the only advice I want to tell anybody is this: he who throws a stone to the market, it will either hit your relative or your mother.
Okay.
So it's not all about strike. There's need for us to, judge than war. When as much as they have, explored the necessary avenue for dialogue, more has to be done, because a lot of lives will be lost. And life is not only sacred, not only expensive, but also irreplaceable.
All right.
It might be your relative. Now, for somebody is in the world now, that is in oxygen, intensive care unit. A baby might be in incubator now, waiting for you to save his life. So, in as much as I know, the federal government has not been doing it all well, there is need for us to still engage in more dialogue than embarking on strike. But I believe if you invite the leadership, he'll give you the details of all really how to go about it.
Okay. Anyway, I will leave that to when we'll have the resident doctors. But I was going to ask how this impacts on consultants, other health care practitioners in the, let's talk about the UNTH, for example, because I know that, yes, you don't speak for them, but their action, one way or the other, like you've mentioned, could impact on the effectiveness of discharging the function of other healthcare workers in the system.
One thing I want to let you know, my uncle, is that in health sector, in health system, we are team.
Okay.
Just like when we say we are team, if a goalkeeper says he doesn't need the back man, you find out that when the pressure is much, even a cleaner is very, very important. So they are playing a very vital role in the health sector. We need the team to be on ground because the chain is as strong as each weak joint. So everybody, all hands must be on deck. The doctors, the nurses, the medical laboratory scientists, the pharmacists, and also down to the technicians, the morticians. Everybody is very important. It's a team. One cannot do without the other. And trying to subjugate it means, you are putting the round peg in a square hole. So that is the issue there, and it would have negative impact on the service delivery, and that is why we are advising. I personally is advising them to reconsider that strike and go for, because President Tinubu has been trying. He listened to health workers. I know all cannot be done in a day. In a piecemeal, it will be resolved.
Okay. All right, Doctor. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe on these issues.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimikemede.
I am Uche Osai.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
All right, thank you for still staying with us on the Insight, and we've been speaking to Dr. Ejiofor Brendan Mama, the first Vice Chairman Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, APBN, yes, and he is equally currently the Assistant Director of Medical Laboratory Services, UNTH, Ituku Ozara, Enugu State. Doctor, thank you for giving us insight on a number of issues. Before I want to go into the other issue I want to raise with you, talking about the Japa syndrome, I want to ask, because we talked about the healthcare system in Nigeria, and it seems that there is a working model in Enugu State.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on the system they've adopted and why other states in Nigeria should do that same line?
Thank you so much. Governor Dr. Petermbah is a man of the moment in Enugu State, because since he came into Enugu State, there are a lot of positive changes, be it in the health sector, infrastructure, and to some extent, security. And when he came on board, instead of following the path of his predecessors, developing local government, he chose to bring governance down to the wards that elected him. And in Enugu State, we have 260 wards, which is the best thing anybody can do. Because when you allot any projects to the local government, some people, some of those big wigs, will hijack it, and it will not get down to the ward level. So when he came on board, he started developing the 260 wards in Enugu State. As we are talking now, not less than about 85% of those 260 wards have type 2 primary health center near completion. And not only that, you are aware of the smart school. It cut across the wards, and that will go a long way in bringing development to the grassroots. So with that now, our advice to him in the technical working group I mentioned earlier was to ensure that all those buildings will not be a mere warehouse. That people, train people, because Enugu State is blessed with institutions that are training health workers. University of Nigeria is leasing not less than 5,000 health professionals, doctors, medical laboratory scientists, pharmacists, radiotherapists, physiotherapists, radiographers, and all of that across all, even down to technicians. Are we talking of Enugu State University Teaching Hospital? Are we talking of Federal School of Dental Technology, which is now College of Dental Technology, degree awarding? Are we talking of the Somers State University Medical and Applied Science in Igbaino? And most of these schools are training a lot of health professionals. We have adequate number of them, and they should not only be trained and be wasted and be allowed to japa. They should be engaged at those 260 watts, so that they will be productive and then also generate revenue for the state. So we have to thank him for that initiative and advise him to ensure that that human resource is very, very important. One thing is building the health facility, another thing is equipping it, another thing is giving those equipment a manly look by ensuring that people who man those equipment are trained professionals who are trained to do that. And with that, my brother, it will go a long way in bringing good health and also prolong our life, so that in Enugu State we'll be able to beat, because currently the life expectancy in Nigeria is about 66.62%. Let us scale it up to 85, which is doable if we have adequate health system, well managed by professionals, reduce the costs, because out-of-pocket expenditure is really killing the people of Nigeria and Enugu State in particular. Earlier than now, how much are you buying Panadol, ordinary Panadol? How much are you buying now? Are we talking of malaria? And peradventure, your wife get pregnant, and maybe he doesn't know that Enugu State is ready free maternity care. You enter into one private hospital for cesarean section. How much will it cost? And there's need for advocacy, so that people will know what the government is doing, so that they will use the opportunity to, get the services within their reach, instead of spending from their pockets.
Okay. While you were talking, you keep mentioning about equipments, machines, and all that, and that led me to thinking about the infrastructures in hospitals. And I'm thinking, and I want to ask, what infrastructural deficiencies in hospitals are most critical? Because I've heard you mention the machines that we need. This morning I was engaging with a consultant gynecologist, and she was talking about cancer issues that I would ask you also. She talked about mammogram, and then the machines not being even available beyond perhaps maybe UNTH, could be one only, and could break down as well. So can you speak to this?
When you come to health sector, one thing you might have, you might clock a patient and find out it might be anything you are doing is speculative until diagnosis is done. And to run that diagnosis, you can't do it with your mere hands. You need instruments, sophisticated instruments that can detect these diseases at molecular level. And all those equipment are very expensive, but they are all buyable if we are committed to it. So, like in a diagnosis centers, like I mentioned earlier than now, I don't see any reason why the 35,000 primary health centers will not have a polymerase chain reaction machine that can detect any disease at the shortest time possible. And also, because of the human resource we're endowed with, even if you say you want to employ 10,000 medical officers and even medical laboratory scientists, and you do it because the institutions are in the country, employ them and then train them and retrain from time to time. So, and also in the area of surgery and all those equipment needed for surgery should be provided, so that whenever there is any need for surgery, they should be attended to. And all those need for cancer, as you said earlier, it will be chemotherapy or any other radiotherapy they want to use, it should be available at the primary health center. Because Nigeria is well blessed, richly blessed. The only thing, the problem we have is that poor management. We don't manage our resources, and it always gets to the wrong hands. And that also brings us to the importance of what monitoring. One thing is releasing the fund, another thing is ensuring that that fund you release is adequately used. Every day we hear people, our leaders, losing our money, and at the end of the day, nothing significant is done. Some that were even caught were given presidential pardon. So all those things are what we really have to, take into cognizance and then tackle it head on. Our equipment is very, very important for radiography, for laboratory, for the doctors in surgery, and all the equipment for the nurses. Even I equip our bed. A situation where somebody will need oxygen and we say we're out of oxygen should not be what we experience in that primary health center. It is doable. I was in Akwa Ibom last year and I see how well equipped their primary health centers are. Okay. I was at Eket. I was at Eket. Among the primary health center, you see how well equipped and they're well. We can do it in Enugu State. Right. And I believe PBN is going to do it.
All right. Let's go back to national, the issue of Japa in Nigeria. And speaking to a lot of doctors, they talk about the workload, the crisis of workload that they have. That there have been instances where doctors themselves, medical practitioners, collapse on duty. They talk about a lot of infrastructural issues. They talk about remuneration as part of the reason why they keep living. And I want to ask, why are you still here, given your experience?
I am still here because I have the interest of my fatherland.
Okay.
And I still have a lot to do. Even if I travel, I only go there for a training and bring it back. Because if all of us leave, who will take care of that your old mother in the village? Who will take care of that your wife? By the end of the day, if we now lose the best hands, just because we are traveling for greener pastures, how will we attain that goal of getting 70 years as our life expectancy? So you choose your priority. That we are here doesn't mean that everything is comfortable, that all is uhuru. It's just service for motherland. And the workload really is increasing on a daily basis.
Okay. And what can we do to foster that?
The only thing we can do is to employ more hands, give them a conducive environment, incentive, and let them feel homely. Okay. And with that, you find out that some people will still stay back. And it also takes us back to our education system. Even when you get down to school, the lecturer-student ratio is very, 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 very low.
Okay.
And with that, they keep on churning out half-baked. Unless you are industrious on your personal ground, there is need for us to always train and retrain even after graduation. So most of them travel overseas to get a better knowledge of what they are doing. Some are living for money, and some also living for insecurity reason. So when we make all these things available in the country, I don't see any reason why anybody should leave his or her fatherland.
Okay. All right. Having said that, before I let you go, briefly, I want us to draw from your experience fighting these diseases. Talk about Ebola, talk about COVID-19 and all that. Can you share a little from that experience as a perspective for others?
During COVID, my role in Ebola was not quite, although I participated in the media advocacy and all these things, but I was actively involved in COVID-19, advocating for the need for equipping our health centers, both national and local, news everywhere I was there, and also monitor what is going on in the field. field. Because one thing is making requests, and also with my input and some of other people who participated in some program were able to increase the what do we call it, the quality allowance, hazard allowance of the members of staff or health workers, because then it was just about 35,000 naira, which could not buy us hand gloves. We also advocated for some locally made nose mask, which after people, immediately after I left the studio, within 2 days later, you see people, making this, because at a point, we were short of all those things. There was limited quantity of nose masks in the streets. So with that, and we also went down to the grassroots, telling people, even the churches, advising them on the need to do what? Adhere strictly to these precautions that are needed. We advise churches to ensure that there is water, not only water, spacing. While in the church, we took it down to on the streets. So, and with that, it was able to yield a lot of results. We even went down to the markets during that time. We did our best then, and to the glory of God, we were able to contain that spread of COVID to the nearest minimum. Don't mind me, I say HIV because I'm in HIV unit in University of Nigeria Hospital, where we have already targeted that by year 2030, there will be no new transmission of HIV. The World Health Organization is doing that. And whenever I have opportunity, I always tell people that is doable, because earlier than now, the mother-to-child transmission was very high, but it has been reduced to just about 0.38%. And those 0.38% of mother-to-child transmissions are those people, those mothers who did not access antenatal care. And with that, you find out that even HIV, which is one of the communicable diseases, the World Health Organization is fighting hard, and they have already met, they're almost meeting their 95% vision. 95% of the human population knowing their HIV status, 95% of those people who know their status having access to treatment, and then 95% of those people who have access to treatment having what we call viral suppression. And once the viral suppression is achieved, there will be no transmission from infected person. And also the law prohibiting discrimination among people living with HIV has also gone a long way in giving life to people infected with HIV. So sorry I was mentioning HIV, though it's still part of it. Yes. I'm doing well about that, but it has to be mentioned.
All right, Doctor, I'm already getting signals that I should let you attend to that, but I can't do that without asking for your last word of advice to our government, to Nigerians concerning the state of emergency of our healthcare.
Thank you so much. I always echo my advice on the incident that happened 4 years ago. That was COVID. When the COVID broke out, all those rich people were locked in Nigeria. They were now forced to face the mess they created. And God doesn't sleep. We are not praying for any other outbreak. But please, are you a local government chairman, a councillor? Make sure you develop the grassroots, health-wise. Make sure that that health center in your community is well equipped. Make sure that you employ health workers that are capable to manage those equipment, and then pay them well and create conducive environments. And above all, health is wealth. I advise people to always check their health status, run your routine tests, more especially check your BP regularly, and also to the government, please, 5.1.
Need other placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Gurop Chukuma. Headlines. Abia State Government directs judicial workers to verify leave bonus claims for payment within 48 hours. World Bank reports Nigeria's poverty rate rises to 63% despite decline in inflation. Details of the news. The Osun State House of Assembly has raised concerns over the deployment of a residential electoral commissioner to the state by the Independent National Electoral Commission, warning of alleged attempts to influence the electoral process. The Assembly said it had received incredible intelligence suggesting that certain deployments were not in line with standard electoral procedures. Addressing newsmen in Oshobo, the Speaker, Right Honorable Adewale Ebedun, alleged that the development may be linked to the influence of the 7th minister, although no specific name was mentioned. He questioned why Osun State was witnessing such activity when Ekiti State, which precedes in the electoral calendar, had not experienced similar developments. The Speaker described the situation as one that raises legitimate concerns about transparency and fairness in the electoral process. He cautioned that any action capable of undermining democratic integrity would be resisted by the people of the state. The Speaker called on electoral authorities, observer groups, and the international community to closely monitor the situation, urging that all electoral activities in Osun be conducted strictly in line with constitutional provisions and established laws. The former governor of Anambra State and chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Mr. Peterobi, has expressed concern over reports of the evacuation of United States Embassy staff from Nigeria, describing the development as a negative signal regarding the country's security situation. He said the move could affect international perception and investor confidence. In a statement shared on his verified social media platforms, Mr. Obi noted that Nigeria's position on the global terrorism index and ongoing security challenges require urgent and coordinated national attention. He warned that continued instability could further weaken economic prospects. The former Anambra State governor also referenced recent security incidents, including the reported killing of a senior military officer in Borno State, stating that such developments highlight the risks faced by both civilians and security personnel across the country. He emphasized that the primary responsibility of government remains the protection of lives and property, urging leaders to prioritize national security and stabilize, while calling for sustained support for the armed forces in addressing emerging threats. The Catholic Diocese of Kontagora government area of Kebbi State. The incident reportedly occurred on April 5th during Easter celebrations, raising renewed concerns over insecurity in border communities. According to a statement issued by the diocese in Yauri, suspected armed groups attacked the community in the evening, resulting in multiple casualties and destruction of property. The area has witnessed repeated attacks in recent times. Security sources indicated that the attackers may have operated from forested areas in neighboring Niger State. Earlier incidents were also reported in nearby communities including Gebe, Kawara and Kaukami, where residents were displaced following similar assaults. The Kebbi State Police Command confirmed the deployment of tactical units alongside military personnel and local vigilantes to restore order and prevent further attacks, assuring residents of ongoing efforts to enhance security in the affected areas. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has called for collective national responsibility in addressing Nigeria's challenges, stating that sustainable development can only be achieved through unity and shared commitment. He made the remarks at an event in Lagos with the team focused on Nigeria's future. Chief Obasanjo was represented by Professor Adedeji Daramola of the Olusegun Obasanjo Leadership Institute. He stressed that national building is not solely the responsibility of government, but requires the active participation of all citizens. According to him, leadership and followership must align to achieve meaningful progress. Chief Obasanjo also highlighted the importance of youth inclusion in governance and development, noting that empowering young people is essential to securing the country's long-term stability and growth. The Abia State government has called on the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSN, to suspend its ongoing strike, assuring that concerns over leave allowance will be addressed once necessary verification is completed. The government said it remains open to resolving the dispute through dialogue. The Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in the state, Mr. Ike, stated this in Umuahia while briefing newsmen alongside other senior government officials. He explained that the union had requested payment of leave bonuses. Mr. Wana said the office of the Accountant General requested details to validate the claims, including confirmation that such allowances had not already been paid. He added that the required documentation had yet to be provided by the union. According to the government, preliminary findings indicate that the consolidated salary structure of judicial workers already includes a leave bonus component. He assured that any verified outstanding entitlements will be paid within 48 hours. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has announced the commencement of examination slip printing for candidates registered for the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. The board urged all candidates to promptly assess and print their examination slips ahead of the scheduled exercise. According to JAMB, candidates are to visit its official portal jamb.gov.ng and click on the 2026 slip printing option. The examination slip contains essential details including examination venue, date and time, as well as authorization for entry into the examination hall. The board also dismissed a viral statement circulating on social media claiming that the 2026 UTME had been postponed, describing the information as false, malicious, and misleading. It advised candidates and the general public to rely on official communication channels. The 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination is scheduled to hold from Thursday, April 16th to Saturday, April 25th, 2026, following a mock examination conducted on Saturday, March 28th, which recorded technical challenges at some computer-based test centers. The Ondo State Police Command has confirmed the killing of 2 persons during an attack at a poultry farm in Igushi area of Akure North local government area. The victims were identified as a farm owner and her daughter. Police spokesperson Mr. Abayomi Jimo said the incident occurred when armed men invaded the facility, leading to the deaths of the victims. He added that 2 other individuals were rescued during a coordinated security operation. The command described the attack as a violent criminal act and expressed condolences to the affected family. He noted that security agencies responded promptly to the situation. Mr. Jimo assured residents that efforts are ongoing to apprehend the perpetrators, while urging the public to remain vigilant and support law enforcement agencies with timely information. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Abia State government reiterates call on JUSN to verify leave bonus claims for prompt payment within 48 hours. Coming up shortly, World Bank reaffirms rise in Nigeria's poverty rate to 63% despite easing inflation conditions. We'll be right back shortly.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Poultry farmers in Nigeria are increasingly adopting the use of locally formulated feeds as a cost-saving measure amid high production expenses in the sector. The shift comes despite a significant decline in the price of key raw materials such as maize and soybeans. Industry data indicates that while the cost of these inputs dropped by over 60%, commercial feed prices have only reduced marginally. Feed accounts for about 70% of total poultry production cost, making it the most significant expense for farmers. A poultry farmer in Ogun State, Mrs. Mata Adegoroye, said her farm now produces its own feed, noting that the strategy has reduced costs and improved profitability. She disclosed that homemade feed saves her operation approximately 1,500 naira per kilogram compared to commercial alternatives. The president of the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Mr. Sunday Ezobiora, attributed the trend to survival strategies adopted by farmers. He added that high-cost energy, logistics, and broader economic pressures continue to limit the ability of manufacturers to significantly reduce feed prices. The World Bank has reported that poverty in Nigeria rose to 63% in 2025, despite a notable decline in inflation during the same period. The development highlights ongoing challenges in improving household welfare. The data was contained in the Nigeria Development Update released in April 2026, which showed a steady increase in poverty levels from 56% in 2023 to 61% in 2024, before reaching 63% in 2025. This translates to approximately 140 million Nigerians living below the poverty line. The report noted that while inflation eased significantly, the earlier surge in prices had already eroded purchasing power. Official figures show that headline inflation dropped from 34.80% in December 2024 to 15.15% in December 2025. The World Bank emphasized that the decline in inflation has not yet translated into improved real incomes, stressing the need for policies that support inclusive growth and strengthen social protection systems. The Nigerian naira recorded relative stability against the United States dollar in early trading on Friday across official and parallel markets. The development reflects ongoing efforts to manage foreign exchange volatility at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. The naira traded at approximately 1,361 naira 75 kobo to the dollar. Market data showed minor fluctuations within a narrow range during early trading hours. In the parallel market, rates ranged between 1,450 naira and 1,470 naira per dollar, depending on transaction volume and location. Financial analysts attribute the stability to improved foreign exchange inflows and regulatory interventions by the Central Bank of Nigeria. However, sustained demand for foreign currency for travel, education, and imports continues to exert pressure on the local currency. Now in sports, the Darts Regulation Authority has announced a policy change restricting participation in women's darts competitions to biological females. The decision follows a comprehensive review of its trans and gender diverse policy. According to reports by BBC Sport, the review process, which began in 2025, was informed by legal guidance and scientific considerations aimed at ensuring fairness in competition. The authority stated that while it remains committed to inclusivity, the revised policy is intended to maintain competitive balance in women's events governed by its rule. Under the new directive, transgender women will no longer be eligible to compete in women's-only tournaments, but may participate in open competitions that are not restricted by sex. Now in entertainment, thousands of music fans have gathered in Indio, California for the 2026 Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival, which begins on Friday with a lineup of international performers. American singer Sabrina Carpenter is billed as one of the headline acts for the opening night alongside other major performers including Justin Bieber and Colombian artist Karol G. The festival, held over 2 consecutive weekends, also features a mix of emerging and established artists including Teddy Swims, Kat Seye and Moby, highlighting its global appeal. Organizers say the event will showcase large-scale production, with Italian DJ Anima scheduled to premiere a new audiovisual project titled Aiden, which is expected to tour major cities following the festival. The new Michael Jackson biopic titled Michael, is set for its world premiere in Berlin on Friday, marking a major cinematic return of the late pop icon's life story 16 years after his death. The film is being produced by Lionsgate, which is projecting strong global commercial performance for the production. The studio is reportedly targeting up to $700 million in global box office revenue for the future, a figure that would place it among the highest-earning music biopics in history, second only to Bohemian Rhapsody. The Freddie Mercury-inspired film, which grossed about $910 million worldwide. The release comes as Michael Jackson's legacy continues to generate significant global revenue through entertainment productions, including the Broadway musical MJ. The musical, which debuted in 2022 and has since expanded internationally, as well as the Cirque du Soleil production Michael Jackson Won, which has been running in Las Vegas since 2013. Despite ongoing public debates surrounding historical allegations against the late singer, his estate continues to sustain a strong commercial presence. Audience reactions to stage adaptations have remained largely positive, with fans such as the Australia-based attendee Michael Darklighter described packed, enthusiastic crowds across multiple performances. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Abia State government has called on the state chapter of the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSN, to provide verifiable evidence supporting its claim of unpaid leave bonus in order to facilitate prompt resolution of the ongoing industrial action affecting judicial activities in the state. The Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Ikechukwu Wana, stated this while addressing journalists in Umuahia alongside other senior government officials, including the Commissioner for Information, Mr. Oke Kanu, and the Commissioner for Labor and Productivity, Mr. Kinsley Mokocha. Mr. Wana explained that upon receiving the union's demand, the state government, through the Office of the Accountant General, requested detailed documentation on how the alleged outstanding entitlements were computed, as well as confirmation that such payments had not previously been made. He further clarified that preliminary findings indicate that the consolidated salary structure of judiciary workers already contains a component described as leave bonus, which the government says corresponds with the allowance being demanded, adding that verified claims would be settled within 48 hours. The World Bank has reported that Nigeria's poverty rate rose to 63% in 2025, presenting a continued upward trend despite a significant easing of inflation within the same period. The findings were contained in the Nigeria Development Update titled Nigeria's Tomorrow Must Start Today, the case for early childhood development, released in Abuja in April 2026, which showed that poverty increased from 56% in 2023 to 61% in 2024 before reaching 63% in 2025. According to the report, the rise in poverty levels occurred even as headline inflation declined sharply from 34.80% in December 2024 to 15.15% in December 2025, while food inflation also dropped significantly over the same period. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidinma Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities. Voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge, not as isolated experts, but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort, but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Us on Aneke TV's business desk, we're bringing you up to date with the market performance. Yes, we'll give you a brief update of midday performance of the Nigerian market this hour, and then based on the current trading data available this morning, Friday, April 10, 2026, the Nigerian Exchange Limited is experiencing a positive trading session with key market indicators showing, gains. Yes, and we'll give you a detailed breakdown of the market performance as at 11 a.m. this morning, where market indicators are such that it's showing that the all-share Nigeria exchange is at 203,161.81 points. Yes, making a change of a positive 576.30 points, signaling a change of a 0.28%. And then looking at market capitalization as at this morning, we'll tell you that when we talk about the market capitalization, the market has gotten to 130.47 trillion naira, 130.47 trillion naira. Yes, the on-share index ASI is a mirror of the overall market performance and has pushed further past the historical 200,000 points milestone, reflecting sustained investor confidence. Yes, and then speaking to the sectorial performance, which is largely positive, led by gains in heavyweights within industrial and banking sector. And based on earlier signals, the top performing sectors include oil and gas, yes, which showed early potential for gains. And looking at banking as well, another heavyweight stocks in this sector are driving the positive ASI. And then the industrial goods, where gains by major producers are supporting the index. Now let's quickly take a look at top gainers and losers as at this morning section, where the market brace is currently positive, with gainers outnumbering losers. And then speaking to top gainers, yes, the top gainers as at this morning, we are seeing Omatech Ventures. Omatech Ventures this morning is trading 2 naira 52 kobo, signaling a positive adjustment of 9.57%. And we are looking at Guinness Nigeria. Guinness Nigeria is equally, very bearish as well, as trading continues this morning. Guinness is trading at 462.90 naira. Yes, making a positive adjustment of 9.38%. And then we're looking at WAPCO leverage. WAPCO leverage is another stock that is, we're talking about WAPCO. Yes, he's making another big move as trading this morning at a positive 8.52%. Yes, trading at 233 naira 20 kobo. And USN is another stock this morning that is powering on a positive note. Yes, making a positive adjustment of 5.96% to trade at 104 4 naira 90 kobo. Yes, 104 naira 90 kobo. And we are looking at Chance PLC, another stock that is equally very positive as well as trading continues, is a positive 5.57 adjustment to trade at 3 naira 22 kobo. And we are looking at, yes, we are looking at Jaiz Bank. Jaiz Bank equally positive as well, selling at 10 naira 45 kobo, staying on the positive adjustment of 5.56%, and we hope that this continues throughout the trading section today. And moving to the top losers here, starting with Austin Lars and Company. These are top losers so far, and then Austin Lars and Company is trading at 3 naira 99 kobo, making a bearish run of a negative 9.93%. And Deep Capital Management equally is on the negative adjustment as well, trading on the bearish level at 4 naira 77 kobo. And Royal Exchange equally is trading on the negative as well, 1.42%, 1 naira 42 kobo, to a negative adjustment of 8.39. And Fidelity Bank, on banking sector as well, from the banking sector, is in the bearish as well, trading on a negative 17 naira 65 kobo, making so far a bearish move of a negative 7.35%. And then Zikis is equally bearish this morning, trading at 13 naira, making a negative trajectory so far of a negative 6.37% adjustment. And Veritas Capital, yes, Veritas Capital is equally very bearish so far, trading at 1 naira 85 kobo on the bearish adjustment of a negative 3.65%. And then when we'll quickly move on and look at as at this morning, major high volume traders including Access Holdings PLC, Grantee Trust Holding Company, yes, which continue to attract significant investor attention. But before we continue into that, you are quite aware that our information is driven from the data available as at this morning, where we're tracking up the numbers and the portfolios. Yes, and that's just a snapshot of the market performance as at this morning. The data are subject to change as trading continues. Yes, as trading continues towards the ending, we will see adjustments in the data available. But this will aid you if you want to be informed about the going on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And then quickly, let's track the Naira performance as at this morning, where we'll tell you that the Naira was broadly steady to slightly firmer this morning versus yesterday's close, with the clearest move seen against the dollar. Yes, early trading showed the official dollar rate around 1,361.75 Naira, while market history points to a Thursday close near 1,362.27, suggesting only a marginal change overnight. Now, against major currencies, speaking to the United States dollar, where I will tell you that Naira is trading to about 1,361.75 kobo this morning, versus the 1,362.27 as at yesterday close. That's a very small Naira gain. And against the euro, is trading around 1,593 Naira 50 kobo to 1,600 Naira 20 kobo, 1,600 Naira 20 kobo this morning, compared with yesterday's close of about 1,589 Naira 50 kobo. So the Naira appears a bit weaker versus the euro. And against the British pound, we'll tell that the Naira is trading to about 1,806 Naira 1 kobo, yes, this morning, versus the yesterday close of about 1,846 Naira 1 kobo, indicating a firmer Naira against the British pound sterling. Yes, and overall, the morning picture suggests that stable performance with that of missed movers. Well, yes, we're having a stable performance, with mild missed moves, and this tells us that the Naira is near flat against the US dollar and is strong against the pound and softer against the euro. And in practical terms, that means that Naira opened the day without a sharp shock. Yes, but cross rates were not moving in the same direction across all major currencies. You've seen the disparities amongst the currencies, yes. And then when we track the Brent crude performance, so far Brent crude is trading just above yesterday's close this morning, hovering near $96 per barrel as oil markets remain steady and cautious. Now let's quickly take a look at the international market performance. Yes, we will tell you that as of mid-morning, global markets are showing a mixed performance with cautious trading. In Europe, major indices are trading slightly down or flat. The STOXX 600 index is down about 0.2%, reflecting concern over lingering inflation and the path of future interest rates, decisions by European Central Bank. And moving to Asia, where I will tell you that the market closed higher earlier in the day. Yes, market closed higher earlier in the day, driven by strong gains in the technology and the resources sectors. Yes, where the Hang Seng index in Hong Kong performed well, and Japanese stock hit fresh highs on optimism for domestic earnings and a weaker yen. Yes, in U.S. futures, we will say that U.S. stocks futures are pointing to a positive start with gains in S&P 500, Dow Jones and Nasdaq futures, being quite positive. And then on the commodities, global crude oil prices are slightly down but remain volatile as market weighs supply and demand factors. Yeah, gold prices are trading higher, remaining near recent record peaks as geopolitical risk and macroeconomic uncertainties drive the safe haven. Yes, and then in all, we've seen a market that is responding accordingly to the trends in the market. And then at the Nigerian Stock Exchange, we've seen that the banking sector is still driving the volume. Yes, the banking sector is still driving the volume at the Nigerian Stock Exchange performance. And remember that this morning, due to bonus, yes, the announcement of bonus by the Nigerian Exchange, yes, the Nigerian Exchange announced a bonus of 1 to 2, and that's part of the factors that is driving the market. And the Nigerian Stock Exchange today equally is declared as one of the top frontier exchanges. These are factors that are driving the market as well. And then we've seen a naira that is, trying to hold its own against major currencies as well. And the international market, is adapting to rumors, coming out from the Middle East. Yes, and in all, that's where we'll peg it and draw the curtain today, on the business desk here on Aneke TV. We'll continue to monitor the market and we'll bring you up-to-date information when the market closes. Yes, we'll stick with the numbers in all, and we are telling you this as we draw the curtain that you should stay informed, stay ahead, keep your eyes on the numbers. That's quite important, that you stay informed, you stay ahead, and you always keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Uche Osai, and we're saying invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends,
and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Egu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anim Payos Anim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. from education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership. Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome to our program today. That is Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, southeast of Nigeria. And I have to discuss on a topic, the deepening crisis in ADC as another faction, making it the third one, emerges. Well, the crisis in ADC has deepened given the fact that just yesterday another faction, although it has been there silently, going to court with the Mark ESCO, that same faction came into the fore as they addressed a press conference yesterday, claiming that they have about 23 states chairmen behind them, who they say are members of the National Executive Committee of the party, who they said should has taken over their party. While the crisis between the Mark faction and Aliu Rafiu Gombe is still lingering, this same group led by Damien Kachukwu, Dumebi Kachukwu, has now came up. This means that ADC is battling with a whole lot of crises which may affect it from fielding candidates during the coming election in 2027. And some people have come and tongue-lashed the INEC for removing the ESCO led by Mark and Arebushola from the INEC portal. And based on the interpretation of the Court of Appeal judgment, which says status quo ante bellum. People have accused Amupitan, the INEC chairman, of somehow trying to mastermind the fall of opposition, and as well trying to cast aspersion on the integrity of the unbiased umpire INEC, who is supposed to organize a free, fair and credible election come 2027. And here in the studio with me to dissect this crisis, deepening crisis in APC, is Comrade Kenneth Ofoma, the former Vice President of Nigeria Union of Journalists, a social and political commentator. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here once again.
Like I said earlier, the deepening crisis in APC. There is yet another faction led by Dumebi Kachukwu, who was the presidential candidate of that party during the 2023 elections. What is your view about the ADC as a coalition that is supposed to be a strong coalition against the incumbent APC?
Well, the crisis in ADC, African Democratic Congress, is a true depiction of the negative aspect of Nigerian politics, where there is no honor, there is no integrity, there is no principle. People collect money, people are induced left, right, and center. And you see adults misbehaving, insulting themselves, disgracing themselves and their family. Otherwise, if people are thinking about the nation, if people are thinking about how to build a strong democracy, some of these issues wouldn't arise. But they decided to lend themselves to inducement, all manner of inducements. Well, let me start from the last group that are also laying claim. They claim they are 24 state chairmen of ADC. Talking about, they granted a press conference yesterday saying that they are now going to take over the party. They are going to write to INEC so that they can commence their convention and what have you, that they don't recognize Senator David Mark and Arebushola led the National Working Committee, and they don't also recognize Nephew Balagombe, who is also claiming that he is the rightful person to take over, who had earlier gone to court. Now, the last group in the number of state chairmen of the party, I think they are rallying under Dumebi Kachukwu. Dumebi Kachukwu was the presidential candidate of ADC in 2023. He had earlier gone to court to challenge the leadership of David Mark, but the matter was thrown away. He has no locus, or he has no. He's a member of the party. That your former presidential candidate does not give you any right. He's not a member of the working committee at any level. He's not a member of NEC. He could be a member of NEC by virtue of. I'm not even sure he's a member of NEC. He's not a member of the National Working Committee. He's not a member of any state working committee. So, what is his own? His own. He's a member, ordinary member. So his own was thrown away. His case was initially thrown away. The matter that we know, so he's rallying around maybe some state chairman. Like I said, we see the way he speaks on national television. He will speak today, the next day you will see him with Minister of Federal Capital Territory, paying him a courtesy call, laughing and joking, I know. So you could now begin to wonder whether he's also being sponsored by somebody to create crisis in the party. And some of his utterances does not support a Democrat who is already talking about supporting another party instead of your party. Now, those state chairmen, I don't take them seriously, but we will not blame them completely. Maybe the people that joined their party, David Mark and the rest of them, maybe they didn't take care of them very well. So if they are taking care of them very well, maybe they would have behaved well or better. Then talking about Nephew Balagombe, who was the national vice chairman, who had earlier allegedly resigned, but is now claiming that he did not resign. His own matter went to court earlier on last year. So he's claiming that if Ralph Moose resigned as national chairman of ADC, that he should take over. But many people have pointed out, particularly the members of the leadership of the party, that he resigned. He was present the day the new members were received. He was present the day there was a change of guard. They showed video clips where he was seated. And that INEC was present during that NEC meeting where they dissolved the National Working Committee. INEC witnessed it. And that INEC received a memo from the party, also attached, where the party attached the resignation of Nephew Balagombe and others that resigned. So for him to now, after 2-3 months, to turn around to say he didn't resign, that he should take over, and then he went to court. And I understand now that he moves like a governor, a long convoy at quarters. So that, maybe that's where the suspicion in many quarters that he has fallen into the hands of the party's opponents, who are now, fueling the whole crisis. Now, although the party didn't do what they are supposed to do, or they made some mistakes, they know what they are up to. They should have known what they are up to. Most of them are also veteran politicians. The opponents will always look for a weak point to cash in on it. And so the moment Balagombe started, showing some signs of dissent, they should have called him and find a way to pacify him and maybe give him what he likes to eat. And also, when he went to court to seek ex parte, a high court, federal high court, for court to stop Mark and Arebe Shora from serving as national chairman, the court refused to grant that ex parte motion, ex parte demand, and instead decided to put David Mark on notice, and now asked them to come to court to show cause while Nephew Bala's motion should not be granted. So I understand that instead of going to court to show cause, for me, it's a straightforward, except there's something else that we don't know. You should have gone to court, you present the resignation of nephew, if you say he had resigned, you show minute of the NEC meeting, you show resolution, who moved motion. And this is already a concluded matter. The NEC has already taken the decision, and the NEC has a right to take the decision. You cite relevant portions of your constitution, even if, assuming but not granted that he did not resign. The fact that NEC met, NEC gave INEC notice to witness their NEC, and INEC came and witnessed it. NEC moved motion, and NEC has the authority to dissolve, to carry on, to take some actions of the convention, which they did. They dissolved the National Working Committee and welcomed new people. They granted a waiver, because some are saying that if you are new members, you cannot hold party position or contest election under the party until after about 2 years or so. But they forgot the aspect of the constitution that say you can grant waiver. That was how most candidates, including Dumobi Kachiku, that was how he contested election under that party in 2019. It was
2023.
2023. He was granted waiver. He was not a member of the party for like 2 years prior. Even in Labour Party, most parties have that waiver, clause because of people who may join the party. So even when peterobi contested under Labour Party in 2023,
he went through waiver.
He was also through waiver because he joined them 2 months to the primaries or thereabout, or less than that. So the NEC of ADC did all those things, and INEC recognized the leadership, uploaded the name of Mark and into on their website. So it's already a concluded action, and that was the submission of INEC to court, the High Court, that this is already a concluded matter. You cannot stop something that has already been completed, an action that has already been completed. So you can go on with your substantive matter. If court reviews it and say, okay, you have merit, then the court can rule. Interestingly, I understand that the same INEC this last month or so went back to the court to withdraw that their earlier submission.
And the affidavit.
The affidavit. Challenging the suit by Bala. So that was why the party leaders said that they were not surprised when, but let me follow the trend so I understand. The way I'm blaming the leadership of the agencies, when the High Court asked them to come and show cause why those what Bala was seeking for should not be granted, they should have come to present all these things.
But they did not.
But they did not. They went to appeal court and wasted 6 months. If they had followed that High Court, even if the ruling of the High Court eventually did not favor you, that is when you now have something substantial to go to appeal. But they didn't come to High Court, they went to appeal. And I understand they did not seek the leave, because when they got to the appeal asked them, did you seek the leave of the High Court before coming? They said no, they blah blah blah, they can come without seeking the leave and all. And the appeal court said no, first we should seek their leave, but go back to the High Court. Let the High Court complete the adjudication
on the merit.
On its merit. But let status quo ante-bellum remain. That is where INEC cashed in. Status quo ante-bellum. Say, okay, their own interpretation is that status quo is, they go back to the day the convention, the NEC held, that David Mark and Arabeshola emerged. That was their own interpretation. But there are other lawyers, including Femi Falana, SAM, who said that is wrong. Status quo ante-bellum means they stayed before the crisis, the work started, before you came to court. And before you came to court, David Mark had already been recognized as national chairman. Arabeshola had already been recognized as national secretary. So the status quo remains means that they should remain there pending the determination of the matter at the High Court. But with the decision of INEC, according to critics, is showing bias, and he decapitated ADC. Practically, that's what it means. They want to kill the party. Because by the time the matter is exhausted at the High Court, the time for the electoral timetable for conducting convention
would have elapsed.
So and they're also saying that when the court said nobody should take any action that will affect the Rex, that order was also, I'm talking of the appeal court order, is also binding on INEC, where INEC is also a party. So once you now take action that will change the entire texture and even the rest of the matter. So that is what has thrown ADC into this crisis, and I understand that their leadership, and also they are organizing a protest today in Abuja and all that and all that. So I'm not a lawyer, but even from a layman's interpretation, many people would seem to also believe what the leaders of the party are saying, that INEC is showing bias. With what I have told you, for them to go back to court to seek to withdraw their earlier affidavit.
Okay, INEC went back to court. We will still touch a few other things you mentioned earlier, but let me ask, INEC went to court to withdraw their affidavit. What could be behind such withdrawal? Does this portray, or does this be portray INEC in bad light in such a way that there'll be loss of confidence in the ability to give Nigerians a free, fair and credible election? Does that cast aspersion on the image of this umpire that is supposedly believed to be independent?
Yes, it's a further erosion of confidence. It casts doubts on the neutrality of the electoral body and the ability to play the role of an umpire ahead of a crucial election. It's obvious now. He have already recognized the leadership of, and they are already gathering momentum, following a timetable, doing whatever they could. Why do you have to de-recognize the leadership? Citing, we don't want what happened to Zamfara. Is it allow them now? Now that you have killed them completely, is it better? Is it the best? You understand my point? Why not allow the court
to decide?
Than for you to kill them outrightly.
Okay, let me cite
the process to run on.
Let me cite a judgment, a ruling at the National Industrial Court between NUJ and one member of NUJ. Between NUJ and one member, NUJ members, a faction that, in fact, it is between a faction, Rex Arum, NUJ, enugu. The court, Justice Mohammed, ruled, I quote, after asking the lawyer who appeared to get a motion ex parte, he had intended getting that ex parte the previous day, but it didn't work. Then he came back the next day to get the ex parte. Then Mohammed asked him, has the election been held? He said, yes, my lord, purportedly. Then the man wrote and ruled. And while he was delivering, he laughed. Counsel, what you are asking me to do, there is only one man that has done it on the planet Earth. I am not Jesus Christ. Lazarus was dead and buried. Therefore, your case is hereby struck out. That was the ruling. You see, what has been completed, you earlier mentioned, in law, it cannot be resurrected. Not even the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has a ruling on that too. It cannot be resurrected because it is dead and buried. Any court that could resurrect what has been buried is assumably playing the role of God. That is the implication. And remember, the person who did this judgment is a Muslim, but he used the Christian religion or the Christian book to do that judgment, and it is a locus classical. Now, you see, the APC is seen as the underhand behind all this, even with about 31 states and going, 31 states and going, yet there are allegations that the incumbent ruling party, because they are the persons that appointed the chairman of the electoral body, that the chairman of the electoral body is succumbing to their whims and caprices, and that the APC is going ahead to undermine a stiff opposition from any political party that could give same. How true is that allegation?
Those are allegations still unproven, still also in the realm of speculations. Yes, there are some things that may lend credence to such, but at the same time, since there is no concrete evidence, it remains an allegation, unproven allegation, remains a speculation, including the latest allegation by the People's Democratic Party, one of the factions, that the FCT minister gave out lands to some commissioners in INEC and senior members of the INEC. Neither INEC nor the minister had come up to deny that, as far as I can recollect.
But there are still calls. But there are calls to the anti-graft agencies to investigate.
Yes, there are calls. So, and but like I said, the leadership of ADC, I don't know why they are also not being proactive, knowing that there could be this challenge. That could be this challenge. And they should have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D in a political terrain or environment like we have. So it may not be enough to just be pointing accused finger at the ruling party, the APC, or Progressive Congress. But what have you done to forestall or to add whatever external hands, if any, there could be in your problem? Well, they're saying that when there is a crack, it is through that crack that lizards enter the house. Well, what did you do to patch that crack? You understand my point?
Yes.
So it's not enough to blaming them. We could be blaming them from now to thy kingdom come. But what is happening is happening. I also want to use the opportunity, like many others have called on the judiciary, to also sit up. We look at the example we have given now over the NUJ case. Even in most Supreme Court rulings in the past, internal party matters are non-justiciable. Anytime you go to Supreme Court, we always tell you, no, the parties have the right to determine who should be their candidates, who should be their officers, and what have you. A good example was, if you recall, in 2023, former Senate President Ahmed, the man from Gombe.
Okay.
The current Senate President, Akpabio, both of them were among presidential aspirants under the APC. They contested the primaries, presidential primaries, with the current president,
yes,
Ahmed Tinubu. I was there, and Akpabio stepped down on the convention ground. But Ahmed Lawan ran the race. he scored about 50-something votes, as against 300 and something by the president, current president, who now won the primaries, the candidacy of the party then. By then, the primaries for senatorial positions had already been concluded. But immediately, next day, after that presidential primaries, Agbabio and Ahmed Lawan, went back to their states and picked the senatorial ticket of their party, even though people had already emerged for those positions. I remember those people that had already won their senatorial ticket went to court to say that this action has already concluded. We are candidates of the party. Why should the party give our ticket to them and cancel our own? The matter got to the Supreme Court. And what did the Supreme Court rule? That it is the internal affair of the party.
And that was how they came.
That was how they became whatever. Ahmed Lawan went back to Senate. He's still senator. Akpabio ended up being the Senate president. So I don't know why the different interpretations the court will give. If a national party held its national executive committee meeting and decided to dissolve the national working committee to elect new people that they have already granted waiver,
whether consensus or election,
and that action had already been completed, and INEC was there, and INEC uploaded the names of the new people on their website, and we have been relating with them correspondences. Then all of a sudden, you recognize.
So what could have been?
So the court, the judiciary, like many people have warned, including Falano again, the judiciary should not help in destroying our democracy. Our judges should sit up.
That is exactly where I am going. What could be the cause of this arm of government, judiciary, being tied to the apron strings of the executives in such a way that court decisions are now at the highest bidder somehow, or given based on who belongs and who are cronies?
One can only reach one conclusion. It's another act of cowardice, greed, yes. I won't add intimidation, because if you are courageous, you will not succumb to intimidation. I mean, this country has produced great jurists in the past. Kayodesh or
Oputa Justice,
Mohammed Uwais, so many courageous. In their time, in their days, who are you, the executive, to come and interfere? You know? But like I said, either greed or cowardice.
No, but how do you think about a situation where the ruling party or the president has the sole right of the appointment of the INEC chairman? Will it not actually
these are some of the
affect
contradictions in our laws, and also other contradictions in our constitution? That's why people are pushing for constitutional conference or restructuring, because no sitting government will amend it. People don't change, even if it is a system that is bad. Those who are benefiting from it will never change it.
Okay,
it is wrong. Okay, you want to go on break?
Yes, those who are benefiting from the system will not want to change it, because it is a very serious crack which they will continue to benefit from. And that's the submission of Comrade Ken Ofoma, who is our guest on today's program, Arena on Aneke TV. We will pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue.
Join Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. After our break, our guest, Comrade Ofoma, is still here. Our topic for today's Arena is deepening problems in ADC as another faction emerges. But this faction that emerged is a faction that is led by Dumebi Kachukwu from Abia State.
Dumebi Kachukwu is from Delta.
From Delta State, sorry. But the chairman of Abia State has already issued that they are not part of the MAC Coalition National Working Committee. So the Abia State has strongly, continued to be for INEC position on ADC. Now, some people have said that if INEC, especially when the chairman of INEC is a professor of law, a law teacher, a son, so is somebody who is deeply knowledgeable in law practice, in legal practice, that he should have sought for interpretation if INEC as a body with the legal department was unable to come out with what is true in terms of the ruling of the Court of Appeal, that he should have sought for the interpretation from the appeal court instead of delisting the working committee led by Mark and Araboshala. That is what some people said. Now, but Amupitan still insists that by share letters written by councils that he was able to do that. And I want to ask, is it upon the powers of INEC to begin to penalize parties if they have not done anything rightly, or the power of the court to make pronouncements on what has been done?
The court has the judicial power to determine any courts brought before them. INEC is an administrative body. They don't have any judicial power. Like many people interpreted the action of INEC. They have a very good legal department, I understand. Because even the former director in INEC, who once headed that legal department, what is the name? The man from Edo State, former Attorney General of Edo State. He also faulted INEC decision. A former director in INEC. So it's not lack of understanding. You say you can wake somebody who's truly asleep, but you cannot wake somebody who's pretending to be sleeping. I don't think it is it's an error. It's a deliberate one, if you ask me. Because there is no way anybody who wants to be neutral will interpret that Supreme Court Court of Appeal decision. Court of Appeal did not tell you to take any action. He said, don't take any action. So you're already bound. Don't take any action that will affect the Rex. or the res, not your own res.
Not rex, it's R-E-S, res.
Res. The subject matter, which is the leadership. But by this, the recognizing mark leadership, you have taken action now. You are no longer obeying that.
Could that be counted as a content of court?
It is. The challenge ADC have, because ordinarily, yes, they should rush to the court to get an injunction to force INEC to recognize them. That they are acting in contempt of the decision of Court of Appeal. But the thing is that who are you going to meet the judges? Who are the court registrars? Who will assign the case? Are they free to act on self-volition, or will they also be influenced that the matter could drag for 6 months? You know my point. If you are in a climb where you go to court today and get your judgment tomorrow or next, even in Africa, there was one country that had their presidential election.
Kenya.
Within 24 hours, the Supreme Court ruled that our one will take ages. I don't know why our judicial system is 100 years backward, antiquated. So, but even a layman will fault INEC decision. Don't take any action that will affect this matter. Let the High Court decide. Now, you have already recognized them now. It's already a past. So you are not going to.
So you don't go back
and
taking action,
progressive action.
You know,
proactive action.
Whichever action.
Don't take action that will affect. You are bound. And they say, let the status quo antebellum remain. And then everybody knows that what court wants to do is to preserve the rest of the case.
Yeah.
So that after determination,
whoever that
if says no, the process is through which David Mark emerged is wrong. Fine and good. Nobody will blame INEC. That will be the decision of the court. That means every action they have taken in the past will be null and void. That is for court to determine. They have the judicial authority. But you are administrative authority. You don't have the judicial authority to determine. Or if the court says, no, nephew Baragombe, you are wrong, this is an action that has already taken place by the NEC of your party, dissolving your National Working Committee, which you are part of, even if you didn't resign, but that action is also binding on you. Majority of the National Working Committee moved the motion during their NEC meeting and dissolved and elected new people. If court says yes, Mark should continue, then nothing will have stopped them from taking part in the coming election. But action of INEC is, I don't want to say mischievous. They just kill the party. They are using machine gun to kill a living object.
But can you now say that it is a kind of stifling opposition in Nigerian politics? Because the ADC is the opposition that seems to be the alternative, an alternative option to the present APC leadership. Much as many Nigerians from different angles are not happy, some are happy with the incumbent and some are not happy. Of course, some say security is a serious problem, and without security of lives and property, the chances of developing further, the chances of turning the economy is difficult. The security challenges is so enormous that it seems government has been overwhelmed by the actions of insurgency, terrorism, banditry, as the case may be. So some say they are not pleased with that, and that when there is a credible opposition, they could at least vent whatever feelings they have through their votes. But that now the opposition political parties are not given the chance where people should exercise their franchise, even if they're fair.
Yes, the people are free to insinuate, like I said. If you look at major opposition parties, PDP having an internal crisis, where a minister, a PDP member appointed as a minister in the ruling party, has come out on the national television to say that they are going to support the president. Their party may not feel a strong presidential candidate, assuming they have upper hand in their internal court matters, cases. So PDP is already, in crisis, protracted crisis. Labourparty that gave the ruling party, a run for their money in the 2023 general election. Immediately after the general election, crisis started. It was only recently that, after their presidential candidate left, that court, the INEC, the same INEC, implemented a decision of the Supreme Court that had already recognized the Nadi Usman. But they refused to, until one peterobi left, they now recognize the Nadi Usman as a national chairman of the party. Then NNPP, New Nigeria People's Party, crisis, where you have another strong presidential candidate in the 2023 election, former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. That one is also crisis reading. Then ADC. So people are now saying there could be some invisible hand causing all this crisis. But like I keep saying, if I'm a leader of a national party, there are things you should simulate, you should anticipate, knowing people you are dealing with. If you know your opponents, sometimes you predict them. You think about what they can do and what will you do in that circumstance. You have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. You don't just fold your arm. What are you doing for 4 years? You don't know that you get the land before you start looking for mat to lay on the land. You understand?
Yes.
So, what have all those opposition leaders, what have they been doing in the last 3 years? You want to be president, but you have not been able to consolidate a party, secure a ground upon which you keep on throwing allegation. So the blame is enough to go around. But like I'm saying, whether there is a unseen hand or no unseen hand, it is an existential danger to our democracy if we don't have a strong opposition. That is my own thinking. That even the ruling party.
Why is it a danger? Are you saying what is the special role of the opposition in a democracy?
Your opposition party gives the citizens or the electorate alternative. You mentioned that security is getting bad. You mentioned other things. It's an opportunity for people. If you are a majority, you feel that we need to change the administration. But the difficulty of having one opposition is that the citizens will not have the choice to lead to apathy. And when they suffer too much, they're saying that those who make peaceful change difficult make violent change inevitable. When you push people to
say this once again.
Those who make peaceful change difficult. Invariably, they are making violent change inevitable. You understand my point?
Yes.
When you push people to the wall, and they cannot, they have reached the elastic limit, they will ricochet, they will bounce back. And that will lead to unpleasant circumstances.
So, are you
we need to have strong opposition, which will also make the government stand on its toes to deliver dividends of democracy. If you don't check them, they will relapse. If you are complaining your own, there is no water, there is no electricity, there is no security, we become a jungle. The democracy will not last.
So, are you foreseeing a situation if the opposition political parties are stifled in Nigeria? Are you foreseeing a situation where we run or we go into a one-party system? Or are you seeing that the inevitable will happen?
We will not go into one party, but we will go into one strong party with
little or no
opposition, lesser parties that are working for the same party, the same you know, the Abacha era, what late Bola Ige described as 5 fingers of one leprous hand. We may go into that scenario. So that opposition should also wake up. They should not wait to be spoon-fed. They should struggle. You know, there was an article I read the other day by Professor Peterobi. He's a communication professor based in US, a lecturer. He simulated a situation, a scenario, and he said how Tinubu could have been an opposition to Tinubu. No whatever. Yeah. Assuming that it was Tinubu that is in opposition now, what he could have been doing, which the current opposition leaders are not doing. And he even went back memory lane, how Tinubu fought previous governments in power, Jonathan, Obasanjo, Yaradua, what have you. But the opposition we have today, they couldn't even borrow that playbook. They couldn't. The playbook is there. How did Tinubu fight opposition when he was in the opposition leader?
And nobody could think about how to actually do same when he's now not in the opposition.
Yes. So the opposition party should wake up and see what they can do. Otherwise, they are facing annihilation. It's nothing.
So now, from your perspective, what is the way out of this quagmire? What could the opposition parties, not just ADC, and with special reference to the debacle in ADC, what do you think could be done? What are the ways out of that quagmire?
If I'm in opposition, like the writer, I give example, Barogi said, by now, they should have been writing letters to all the embassies in Nigeria about threat to democracy. If they believe there is a threat, they back it up with facts. You understand my point? Okay, today I understand they are doing protests led by their leaders, opposition leaders, peterobi, Atiku, Amechi, Kwankwaso in Abuja today. Protesting against INEC. Let INEC reverse that decision. And INEC should do so for the interest of democracy. They are not breaching any law if they do so. They are rather breaching the law by not doing so. What they interpreted is a misinterpretation of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal ruling. They should allow that party to function pending the determination of the case by the High Court. I saw what they were writing about 5-6 page justification. You know, when you want to tell lies, swim around with my rule. 5 pages they wrote. A page, if you are saying the truth, 1 page or even half a page should have been enough to justify your action. But because the action is difficult to be justified, that's why they are writing 5 pages to back up why they did what they did. But it doesn't hold water as far as I'm concerned, and as far as many Nigerians are concerned. The INEC should reverse itself, allow David Mark to be chairman, continue the process of the party, do their convention, and the appeal court also directed for accelerated hearing at the High Court. Let the High Court decide.
Okay.
Not INEC deciding.
Okay, INEC should reverse their decision on ADC. That is going to be a better way forward. Yes. So submitted Comrade Ken of Forma in our program arena and the deepening problem in ADC, which resulted in about 30 factions. This is exactly what we can take on this edition of our program. We thank you, Comrade Forma, for being with us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
And viewer, join us same time on Friday on Arena, where we are going to dissect our programs, our topics in such a way that you'll be pleased. Thank you for being with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Egu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anympayo Sanim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Warm welcome and thank you for joining us live on Aneke TV. It is your Vibe Central, where we give you hot gist and gossip, where we give you premium gist, hot gist, spicy and grooves online. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called social lawyer. Thank you. Today is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, TGIF. I have with me a special, special common, I would say random common. I'll use the word, you guys know this person is your chief on this show. I call him Commissioner of Enjoyment. Commissioner, how you doing? And good day. How's your day going?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good. Our pleasure. Why this man?
I just want to say thank you very much for everything. Well, Ndenugu, good afternoon. It's your one and only commissioner doing this again today. doing it for the umpteenth time, and I'm excited to be here on Days of Vibe Central. You're going to hang out, be with us, and contribute. You know where to send your stuff so that we can do this together this afternoon.
I don't understand. You are looking like someone that got a dodo.
Is it plantain?
Mm.
That ate plantain?
Yeah, got a dodo from someone.
So what? How did they look?
They look so moisturized, like they look.
Oh, they look alive, right?
Yeah.
Well, of course.
What's
in my consequence as the commissioner, we do a lot of
enjoyment,
and someone just, offered me a cooler of dodo. That's a plantain. So I just finished. Then I had to appear on the show. It's okay. If you want, later we can organize for you.
I think more of my gist today is more of like a bass kind of central gist.
That's the problem, because bass, that's just the problem. But we bass and boast.
Because a lot of things is going on in the space, especially between the African giants and the FCs. The rift is not ending anytime soon.
Wow. What's really happening there?
Because everything is just happening. Wizkid is tweeting, using his keypad. Odogu Brana is waiting at the other side to release the punch.
So
who do you think is winning this time around? Is it the online tweet or the physical punch?
Well, Wizkid has said many stuffs. He has already, typed and has fought behind the keys. To me, victory is not necessary. These guys are big. They should just take away that thing and find a way and reconcile. I mean, how can you be as big as Burna Boy or as influential as Wizkid and you're still, engaging in all those petty things? Of course, Burna Boy was the one who started the whole rift all the way from that club, from the club. They should just reconcile.
No, I think
they should drop the matter. Like we have more pressing issues in Nigeria to be talking about. Wizkid and Burna Boy and the online rift. Like he doesn't. They are two grown-ups. They are in their 30s, for God's sake. So let them find a way and settle. If they don't want to settle, then let them leave the internet for us and find another internet and be so that we can settle. I don't know what they are really doing.
Actually, this one going on is Burna Boy is already looking for this DJ that is still playing his music after Nigerian Association of DJs banned his music, and people are insinuating that Burna Boy is about to give him millions, and he has never seen in his life. Are you thinking he's still pushing this too far, or he should just drop the whole act and go and apologize to the DJ Association?
Let me tell you something.
Nigeria.
Let me tell you something. Burna Boy has money. Burna Boy has money. Burna Boy does not have money as just a boy. He has money as a man. If you understand the narrative, when you can. Just last year, let me tell you how long this guy's money is. This guy has one of the fastest cars in the world. If you watch F1 race, McLaren, he has McLaren. It's one of the fastest cars in the world. He has McLaren. And he's not even driving it. What he's using to go around should be his Tesla, his Cybertruck, or his Lamborghini. Or he's even a Porsche.
Do you think you actually count all these artists where you measure it by their cars and
Of course, they don't measure it by their cars because this guy has long money. Let me tell you, there's none of Burna Boy's show. How many shows have you seen him do in Nigeria except last December that he just did one?
And it all turned out.
Yes, it's been 5 years we've not had Burna Boy anywhere in Nigeria where he had a show in Nigeria. Burna Boy has been doing international shows. This guy, let's not talk about his money. If he's looking for this guy to give him money, then, Grace, we could say, has found the guy. Grace has actually found the guy. But let the guy prepare to face Nigerian DJ associations. The association, now, because you don't play the song and you're playing it and you're doing the video, the man they banned from playing his song is offering you millions. You use the million and pay yourself. Do you get? It's just how it is. So when he pays you, use the millions and pay yourself, or you come out for DJ. You stop being a DJ. It's just how it is, because we will not just look at evil and cover it with hands.
So do you think what Burna Boy did was so evil and it's appalling?
What he did was bereft of his class. How will you? Maybe things like that happen because he's an entertainer.
Okay, I don't know if you had listened to his audio where he said, how can DJ Tunes, meet or try to tap someone he has not spoken to in a long time, someone he is not even in a good talking condition, where you just all of a sudden walk up, match up, and just tapped him, and you want him to act awkward and not be the best. And we know Burna Boy as someone very defensive, especially when you come at him. Yeah. So I've seen him a couple of times do that, even to the normal public on a show. When you come at him, he just give you 1 point to reset your factor reset.
That's him now. So Obafia from Obafia from his end should have just. But they are in the same grade. They're in the same league. For God's sake, they're in the same league. So I saw you. Let's say you are an entertainer, or the way you are. I saw you somewhere else. It's been 10 years I spoke to you last, and I walk up to you and tap you. Hey, what's up, bro? I mean, it is just a gesture. Did you think I came to wound you? Are you that afraid? I beg.
Maybe they have an internal leave for him.
If they have internal leverage to get themselves, let them also raise internal revenue. Because nobody will come here and not make my dreams come true.
Never end.
Did you get? Let them, if they have internal leverage or internal level they have been fighting, let them raise internal revenue.
Okay, moving over to the next one. It's about Arya Star reveals that she has a great relationship with God.
My Ira.
She's trying her best to be as perfect as Jesus Christ was. If she was doing music today, according to her, she would be a reverend sister. She loves God, and so much though she doesn't go to church every Sunday. She's ready to read her Bible and pray. She has a very good relationship with God, and she knows what is perfect and what to do.
Should I jump in?
Wait, not just last week. There was the rumor that she left Jay-Z's world record, Rock Nation, and now she's coming out to tell us that, she said that the reason why she's leaving is because they asked her not to have anything to say anything religious, Bible, and
yes, now it's enough.
So
yeah, that's it. That's the girl now.
Well, coming to Arya Star, her dressing says the opposite of what she's just saying now, because she has to work on decency first, and before moving up to the next one. For me,
well, I can tell you the truth. First of all, a big kudos to Arya Star for representing our Lord Jesus, for for repping the master. No. See. Let me tell you something. It may just sound as just a commendation. Arya Star has said what she has said. Of course, to complete the news, she was asked, what kind of man do you want or do you think is good? He said that handsomeness does not mean it for him. Sorry, for her. What means it for her is what the man, that she doesn't do spec. She wants someone that has sense. That's amazing. That's really amazing. Now, what I'm saying is, when she comes out to say such a thing, even though she dresses in a skimpy, do you think, is it not also part of what she needed to do? I'm not validating it. It's actually not. It's actually an indecent dressing. Let's call a spade, and call a spoon a spoon. It's actually an indecent dressing. But don't you think it's just for her music? Kind of music to sell, which is not right. Do you get? And when she comes out to say, oh, she has a good relationship with Jesus, she's trying to be like Jesus and to be in the level of Jesus. Well, Jesus had no sin. If she had sinned once in her life, then she has maybe spoiled the whole being like Jesus. We can only be the followers of Jesus.
Yeah.
And being like him is not you don't generally.
Don't take us to church.
No. Just no. Let me tell you something. Being like him is still what the Spirit of God will do. But what I'm saying is, for her, she may be saying the truth. She may just be, trying to dress that way. Because I'm not defending her, I'm just telling you that I'm just calling her dressing. No, I'm calling out her dressing is bad, is wrong, and also other things. But But she's saying those things. Don't you think there are things beyond that? Somebody cannot come out. Somebody that is doing that cannot come out and just. Don't you think it's how? Okay, let's say anytime I'm appearing in the public, and then there's no accountability to anybody. There's nobody, maybe a religious person that will say, "Oh, you're doing the wrong thing. Oh, you are doing the right thing." I know that kind of a thing. I beg. Ira, big shout out to you. But just change your dressing. You always look like a butterfly. We think we wanted to fly the other time.
You didn't say anything on the base that she left Rock Nation.
Yes, many artists also have left opportunities like that, even though it will give you thousands of dollars. Because looking at leaving that Rock Nation, it is penitent if she needed to leave. You can't go against my faith even while I am working or doing something around my job. No. When you come, what demarcates or divides, brings the divide, I beg to differ, is my faith. If you tell me that I will not mention the name of my Savior, or I will not be in tandem with my Savior, from there, if I agree with you, we can go into deeper things. Oh, you are not going to be going for church for services again. Oh, from there we'll go. Okay, I may not be going. Okay, you will join me to my. If I have a temple, you will join me to my temple. Are you seeing where it's going now? It looks like you are a good, handsome man. Yes, as the commissioner, I'm going to give you a priestess that will be offering sacrifices. You just see what these things are leading to, and before you know it, we're already creating a wide range of legacy. Okay. Big shout out for that.
Arya Star is doing her stuff.
Okay.
It's just that there has just always been comparison between she and Thames in terms of body coverage. And yeah.
Well, let me tell you something about that. Thames cover her body very well. Arya Star seems to be a bit loose about her body, the way she covers, like what she wears. But let me tell you something. Thames is big. Are you hearing me? Thames is big. Thames, the way she looks, she has to cover her body so that she don't cause problem.
Hey, Commissioner.
Yes, now, like
Commissioner, wait, actually.
She has to cover her body. But
are you doing the scene of the eyes or eyes of the scene?
No, see what I mean? Because Arya Star is not even as big as Thames. So she too, from her own branding, she had to not wear any clothes. That's yes, because people need to notice from that not wearing clothes. You're asking, who is this girl? This girl is not wearing clothes. This girl is not wearing clothes. Before you know it, people know that this is what she wears. But Thames should wear clothes, and not just wear clothes. Also, if you talk about behaviors, none of them is better. This person may have what they are going through. This person may have what they are going through. So it doesn't matter. All we are talking about is if there's any need to be decent, be decent, please. In fact, there's need always to be decent and be decent, like you are now. Oh, Mommy Gio, what a head to toe Mommy Gio dressing you have.
Yeah, that punchline, that punch. You gave me that punch from a different aspect, but anyway.
All right.
Very dark man artist Monster Boy just shocked the world because someone called the Grammys to start preparing for an award for him. His lyrics is insane and his flow is very smooth. Even to think of it, very dark man acts out only with the burst. Have you heard of this Monster Boy? He sings like Burna Boy.
This guy.
Yes, you need to listen to Monster Boy. I was just thinking that it was Burna Boy too. I saw it was him. You know, Very Dark Man came out on his birthday to say that the best gift you guys can actually give to him is just follow him up and not send him cakes and money.
I saw that.
Yeah.
But I mean, singing like Burna Boy to me is just another Burna Boy.
No, he sings like Burna Boy, but he's a mixture of Rastaman, like you know that
Rastaman.
Rastaman. It's
yeah, Konaka.
Konaka. You just need to listen to what
I don't need to listen to him. Well, where's his track? The thing is that, to me, artists who are signed to record labels now they are not so interesting. It looks like there's a decline in the performance after the set of Fireboy them who were signed to Olamide. The other day I read how AG Baby, Adekunle Gold, Big Fish, how he signed to YBNL. They just requested for a logo, and he did the logo, and he sang a song. It was sent to Olamide. Olamide had to reach out to him and tell him, please come and sign. Just like that. And if you pass this category of people, I mean, if you pass their category, people who are being signed to record labels are not making any impact again. I'm telling you the truth, because who have you heard their song in the last 1 year or 2 years who were signed the record label, apart from Irasta?
There's a decline in it, actually. I actually noticed that. There's
a decline. Like, people are not so interested in the, also, you know, the two-way, or we can say two-way authentication factor of lies. There are some record labels. I speak in English, Obi. You should shake me, please. Shake me, yes, you know, I do my job. So, if you check the two-way authentication of lies, I got it again, that record labels used to do. They will promise you heaven and earth, then later they will now do the opposite. And then also, when you check it from the people who are delivering, what are they doing? What are you singing? What are you bringing to the table? Man, what are you? So, after Fireboy and the rest of them, Asake and the rest of them, nothing else. So, I'm not sure there's anybody. So, Soldier Boy, I wish you the best. What's his name?
Monster Boy.
Monster Boy, I wish you the best.
Monster Arafatana.
Arafatana, I wish you the best. But, just make sure you keep to your talent and be real.
I don't understand. You know, when Very Dark Man came out to endorse Monster Boy, I said, Kokopi Nko.
Kokopi now. Kokopi has been an artist before.
No, like Kokopi needs to trend. why Monster Boy? Why Kokopi has not gone to the limelight?
Wait, let me ask you. Who is Kokopi? Who is hearing about Kokopi?
I don't know.
Nobody. These guys are not singing for money, I will tell you.
What are they actually singing?
They already have money. I'm telling you, they already have the money. If they tell you the amount that they pay in collabo, a story came out the other day about how much he paid Jerick for a feature.
Who paid Jerick?
Kokopi.
Are you sure?
You know how much they pay? That's just you know, it's not something we could be talking about just here, but they pay. They just do music as we could say a side hustle that you are not so interested in. So are you hearing me? So it's not a.
Anyway, let's move to this current trending things between Jarvis and Pella. These two couples.
No, they're not couple. They're not couple. They are a couple of issues.
Okay. Pella reveals that when he wanted to go to see the video, he took Jarvis. When he wanted to see Kiss Daniel, he took Jarvis. Anyway, he's going to meet a big person, he took Jarvis. But Elasta just invited Jarvis, and she did not even talk to him about it and asked him if he can go with her. He's always sharing opportunities with Jarvis, but in turn, she forgets him. These two people are wild. I don't know what to do. I just feel like they need to change these two people and just let the online.
Upon all these things that are going on in Nigeria, this is what we should be worried about.
I'm just tired.
All these issues that are happening in Nigeria.
I'm just so tired of Pella and Jarvis tantrum.
Who are not tired?
Because I don't know. In fact, I understand say what do women want?
The thing is, what do men want? Then what do women want? Because this guy called Pella, he said that when Jarvis when he was going to Davido's place, he used to take Jarvis or this one or that one. All those things are not so. What was that? Like, why are we hearing about? Why are we reading about it? Who gave them audience? There's one I also read where Jarvis was kind of attacking him in a way based on that he got the car he got. He said Jarvis said that the car that Pella, I say Pella, They call that Pella, whatever he calls himself. He's a great guy, of course. He's really a great guy. Because let me just deviate a little. Do you know, it's not really easy to find stardom. It's not really easy to find stardom. And it's not really easy to keep doing what you're doing until you find stardom. This guy is a great guy. Let's not forget about the side where they are having issues, they are throwing tantrums, that's not just the focus. He is a wonderful guy. I really would take that for credit for him. But, you know, this side where he is, throwing tantrums, of course, this is how he eats. So if he doesn't throw tantrum, he will not eat. Well, let's just say that's how he eats. But, well, watching Jarvis having a time with Arya Star, you will notice he doesn't need a distraction. They don't need a distraction. She doesn't need Pella to be around. She just wants herself and Arya Star. And let me tell you, of course, it was good. It was actually good to have someone who's rising in streaming, who is a lady. Of course, I mean, men have been doing wonders. Katefe, Pella, the rest of them has been doing it. Shank too is growing, is getting higher. But now, looking at her, I mean Jarvis, Jadrolita. Looking at Jadrolita, she's really growing and she's gaining her grounds. You will see after Arrestana, she could go to Thames. She will also go to Tiwa Savage. She will just go to all these top guys. Before you know it, she's boom.
Now then, Sabi, before we dive into hot, because I have some hot, spicy questions.
Okay.
We'll go on short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Need ad placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back, and it's a vibe central where we give you hot gist and bad news, what is going on in the internet world. We'll stay tuned, watch us on Aneke TV, follow us on our socials on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X, and so many other channels. You can always send in your comments and be part of our conversation. Heading back straight to my question, Mr. Commissioner of Enjoyment. I have just one question, and one of them is when from Pharaoh he said bragging that you don't have friends. Is it not the flex you think it is? You will suffer without friends to help you. Do you think
bragging that you don't have friends is not the flex
you think it is? But you will suffer without friends to help you.
Let's read it again. Bragging that you don't have friends is not the flex you think it is. You will suffer without friends to help you. Yes. Very yes. Yes.
It isn't necessary that someone should have. Is it a must?
Yes, for me. Yes. I mean, reasonable guys, reasonable ladies, and people who have you in their interest. You can't do life alone. Even if you don't want to marry, you can't do life alone. Even if you are married, you can't still do life with just who you are married to.
No, I'm just saying like friends in general.
That's what I'm telling you now. It is important that you have friends and you have people that you have them. You have their interest and they have your interest. This afternoon, I had some people, checking up on me. How are you doing? It's been a while. I've not heard from you. Are you good? Just, are you good? Oh, I was like, I was.
When last did you check up on you?
I used to check up on you every day.
Commissioner.
I used to check up on you very well. But
Commissioner.
Then,
I'll just leave it at Commissioner.
Leave it at Commissioner. I used to check up on you. So the thing is that when you have friends, you have a group of people you run to. In fact, in my circle, I'm the oldest. Basically, like in my circle, I'm the oldest. Other people are young. They look like the people that are coming up, that are mentoring, that are coming up. Do you know why? I looked around me. I could not find who is at my level. That's just how it is. I could not find.
So don't you think that having friends will just cause you so many life distraction and so many enmity around you?
It depends on the friendship you're talking about. For me, a friendship has not cost me anything. In fact, friendship has added
to your gain.
To my gain. In my community and in my consequence as the commissioner for enjoyment. I have had, the best of friendship, I will tell you. I've had people, delegate to help you handle some things. And I have people that have delegate themselves to help you carry out certain things which you may not be able. I've had people gift me, and I've gifted people. And I am that friend who believes in, when we need to do things together, like
to be able to achieve something.
For instance, the friends will say, okay, these are our limits. My problem is, we may not have a limit except other things that are not good for friends to do. That's all. If I'm in a room and you want to be there, that's fine. Unless I'm busy, I'm having a meeting, or I'm doing what I should do. Are you hearing me? If I'm doing other things, like I don't have a restriction. Oh, okay, I want my time alone. If once my friends are around, that's my time alone, because we are dealing with matters. And we can deal with the matters till I sleep. We wake up, we start dealing with them again. And we eat together. Oh, it's too small, it's too big. That's why we all are praying to. Because tomorrow you don't know where people will be. The little help that your friend offers to you, or that you offer your friends, you don't know how long it will go. So I believe in friendship a lot. In friendship, both the girls and the guys. You say, especially the girls. No, especially the guys.
Wow.
Because you say especially the guys.
Okay, I have this narrative, and it says, what happened on a first date that made you never talk to them again? Have you experienced something on your first date that made you not to talk to them on the first date?
Nope.
Have you okay, there's this thing that a woman, I've seen this couple of times online, where some women go on a date with the man, almost invite the man out. At that point, the man wants to stand up and pay for his. I asked her, yeah, do you support that gesture?
Okay, let the girl pay.
Yeah, let the girl pay for her own while he pays for his own.
What's that? It's not sweet.
It's not sweet.
It's not sweet.
I like that. I like that.
It's not sweet. No. It's not sweet. Come on. We go out on a date. You are in a date with the commissioner. It's better I give you my card, you pay.
Aye, commissioner, when are you giving me your card?
I've been giving you before, but you don't want to take it. So now, another person has taken my card. But then it's better that I give you my card, you pay. Or you give me the money, I pay. Than I pay, and it's not.
Okay. This one
it's not harmony.
This one will amuse you. Like when she posted that, someone replied and she said, "I wanted to see a movie. Oh yeah, let's go together." He told the guy. So since I invited him out, I paid for the ticket. He just kept exclaiming and asked if I wanted to use him for rituals.
It's funny, and somehow. When a girl is taking you out and the girl pays for the stores, you have to calm down and you have to make it like...
Are you afraid when a woman decides to pay for your bills?
Nope. I'm just afraid if that will be a problem later. If she will always bank on it to siphon me or to embezzle me.
You cut us!
It will be a problem when she will, based on that, to embezzle me, to launder me. You know what they call money laundering? To launder me, to wash me with high soap. That's the problem, because the thing is that people have given me. I mean, ladies have also given to me, but I don't collect. Let me tell you why. Why is it? No, yes. You know why? These people are dangerous. They will embezzle. They will use people and embezzle you.
Am I dangerous too?
Yeah. Okay. You.
Somehow.
I've not yet. I've not seen.
Somehow.
I've not seen, because people are dangerous. You see somebody that will take somebody else.
Dangerous, but you are dangerous.
Jesus. You see somebody that will take Somebody, this guy, this issue now, as the guy was exclaiming, the exclamation was somehow for me. If it's me, I will keep quiet. Since you've done, like, it's your choice. Just don't use it against me. I will not even say it. I will just fingers crossed. That's what I'll be doing. To be shouting, they want me to use it for rituals. Now we're recording. Now we're recording. Oh, this year can or this year that level. See, let me tell you something about money. Money is, if you go for it and you claim, like in your mind, if you grow to some level that you can spend an amount of money, like if it's something you have grown in your mind, it will come. There are remarks you make, your money goes back from you. There are things you say, money will just see you and divert and go to your neighbor's pocket.
So the next one is from Uloma. She said on X, the body of the that we face is our pandemic we are witnessing in Nigeria is likely as a result of poverty and limited access to water. You think so? Have you ever experienced a very heavy, deadly body odor? What's the craziest place you have experienced body odor? It's the common place where people
in the bus. I should shake you, Abby. Like,
I was thinking I'm the one alone in this battle. Like,
see,
I'm actually. My God. Oh,
let me tell you something.
Oh, God.
Angie.
Yeah.
Do you know? One day, very, like, people will wear singlets. Nah, wear singlet. You know you have issues under your armpit, and you still wear singlet, and you will still sit like this in the bus with me.
God.
Like, hello, young man, can you just put your hands down? I'll just, you know how buses are. I mean, my convoys. You know how buses are.
I like the fact that you're saying it and you're laughing.
No, of course, they're my convoy because we move in convoy. I mean, we move in batches. So I just, okay, take your hand, hold it to yourself. You're wearing singlet. Don't you know that as you're wearing singlet, why do you think I'm wearing shirts? If you're wearing singlet, you should protect yourself, normal. You should protect yourself for other people. Why are you causing mayhem?
Pandemic.
Why are you causing pandemic in the cheese?
But
it's bad.
We are experiencing lack of water, so you don't.
No. See, let me tell you.
It's the cause of
let
that.
me tell you.
Do you think it's dirtiness?
Some people are dirty.
So what?
Because if they are exposed or they have been exposed to certain other people who are not dirty but took care of themselves, don't tell me it's water issue. There's nothing like water issue. There's no way you cannot buy water. You say it's poverty. You don't have a stream in your house around your area.
You don't have.
If you don't have, buy pure water and bath now.
Pure water is costly. Oh.
Okay, guess what? I know pure water is costly, but guess what? You can also do it in this way. You can, just wear clothes that can cover you. And also, secondly, people wear clothes for a while, they don't wash it. So you see somebody wearing the same clothes, it's okay. It's okay.
So I have experienced this body odor. There are some, I don't know if you have noticed this. People that tend to be hairy smell a lot.
Well, from medical science, now I switch to a mental mechanic. Anytime I switch, just give me my accolade. It is said that hairs produce sweat glands a lot. And it can make you smell. So what are we talking about when we are sure that your hair will smell? You're always leaving hairs under your armpit. It will smell. It's not a rocket science. It's not whether you like it or not. You just remove those things and then be free. The funny thing is that I used to wonder, people that used to have body odor, are they sure? Like, are they thinking about me as I'm thinking about them? Are they even aware? Because some people claim they are not aware. Well, I'm not aware if I have body. Like, how are you not aware? Don't you smell yourself?
How can excuse me, how can someone actually come out to smell himself?
No, in your house. Like when you
just like, God, you got me there.
Do you get, like, check yourself sometimes? Okay, you say you don't know, but now get how long are not costly. There's roll-on of 115. What do you mean? There's roll-on is not up to.
So all these people in Ababa, Yago,
they should get this roll-on. Listen, this thing is just carelessness of the body, because that's the same way people drink a lot of alcohol and still claim what they are claiming. Get roll-on now. There's roll-on. If you can't get roll-on, there's this one that is not roll-on, but they sell it in supermarket. It's not up to 4,000. You get it. Use it on your armpit. Then you get
What have you ever considered people that cannot actually or barely can feed?
Oga, the guy buy roll-on and I say barely can feed. What thing be barely can feed?
Why you provoke this?
Oga, buy roll-on.
It's like you expensive this money.
You don't. The thing is painful because you get into the bus. You are everywhere. You are lighting up the area.
Okay, what? Okay, let's leave body odor. What about people that actually come out from their workplace very dirty and haggard, dirty, smelling?
That's workplace. Yeah. That's where they went to make money.
Yes.
That's okay.
So
the worst is fish people.
Oh no, the worst is mechanic.
I have seen a mechanic and I thought he's a mad person. Like it is a real. I thought this person is. This person
are they supposed to be allowed to?
They have been mad for 5 years.
Wait, I want to ask: are they supposed to be allowed to sit close to other passengers on the car?
That's the thing. See,
why don't they change to their?
If I was to be a driver, many things people will be hearing. It will be very special. If you're a mechanic, if I stop for you, eventually, if I stop for you, in fact, I don't think I will stop for you. Okay, I will. Okay, let me say if I stop, please, when you sit, please sit well. Like, learn. Do you get? Like, learn to sit well. Sit okay. Because you are dirty. This person might be wearing white. This person might be wearing that cloth is what they're using for occasion or for to work. And you are dirty. Learn now.
But I think the right ethics there is just for them to always what they want to live. They should change into.
Change your clothes, guy.
But they don't like to. They will tell you that they are going for one location. So why not change to your normal? When you get to that location, pull it up and wear the.
Change your clothes now. Change your clothes.
Okay, Nasiru made a comment on X. He said money can definitely influence a woman's feeling.
That's Nas boy.
No.
That's Nas boy.
Okay, that's Nas boy.
Nas boy. I saw this.
Money can actually definitely influence a woman's feeling. I have seen women date and even marry men they might never have considered if the guy did not have money. While many men marry for love, a lot of women marry for financial security. Is it actually true?
Yes and no. I've seen someone. If you mention money is love, like mistakenly, I don't know what I was saying, and then I mentioned money is love. She shunned me full time. Like Nobro have 45 minutes. She shunned me for 90 minutes. She told me no, money is not love. That her love cannot buy it. That she knows what she's going for. And there are people that will tell you the truth, and there are people that will lie to you. This person is not influenced by money, no matter how much you bring, because people have offered money. Some of these things are gifts, are naturally given. Well, for what he said, some women are influenced by money because they take marriage as a poverty eradication, scheme. Then also they take relationship as poverty eradication scheme. So they don't contribute any other thing apart from two things: their body and baby. Where are we going to?
But obviously they will have to ask baby where are we going to?
So they contribute just two things.
Actually, as a woman, if you cannot ask baby where are we going to, I don't know what you're doing there.
The thing for me is that this thing is somehow because people have married without money. Like money, and they're living well. I was thinking about this morning, and I was like, yes. I was thinking about this. Some people have married and they don't have that money, that big money, but they're okay. They're happy. They have real values that wealthy people cannot even match, and they're going to raise godly kids and amazing children that the world will celebrate.
So you prefer to have godly and godly kids than have kids who are exposed?
No, you don't understand. What is godliness is exposure. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
man.
it is not.
What are you talking about?
It kind of protects you and shield you from certain things.
Well, let me tell you. The kind of exposure we need in the world is not the exposure of the world. We need the exposure of godliness. That's why there are killings, issues in the world. That's why there are evil vice, social vices in the world. If people are exposed to godliness, there will not be those things now. That's what I mean. So there's the highest level of morality is godliness. Let's leave that there. I enter somewhere.
Pastor, speak.
Oh, member, receive.
So Ifedichie said something on X. She said that this man, I borrowed 10K for me from a man borrowed 10K from me, paid me 20K, borrowed 100K, paid me 150K. Now he wants to borrow 200K. I like the business, but I don't know why my mind is telling me that it's Ponzi scheme and it might not pay. He might not pay me back this time. Have you ever experienced this kind of thing? Like at that point, you are giving, and you're collecting, collecting, at a point.
Yes.
Okuche.
Boom.
So have you ever been in a platform of, Ponzi platform?
Yes, I have not been. So yes, I have not been.
Have you been?
No, I've not been because I don't know. I'm just calculating. Once I have my money, I'm calculating what am I going to. If you tell me to, once I hear, because I know I used to find them out. And once I hear, I say hold it. I don't like to risk. There are things I risk, but not this particular one. I don't want to risk this one. Well, from what she's saying, if she has or she's feeling like this one will not work, let her better take back her money or not give, or tell the person that there's an issue that just came up. They have an emergency. Because but that's
the easiest way of making money, Take and get.
It's the easiest way until you're kuchie.
So what's one of this scheme, these peace schemes that you felt during that time that a lot of people?
Okay, let's start from the very, very beginning. MMN. MMN. There's one that I didn't follow for any. I didn't follow for any.
I fell for 3.
Oh, congratulations.
And
commiserations. But before you, people around me. People fell for MMM, fell for CBEX, fell for, what's the other one? People fell for, I'm mentioning their names because they are scam, okay? And it's proven. They were closed, they just closed up then Rackstelli. You remember Rackstelli? Very bad. I was in school, when I was in school, was when my courses
I have a friend called Okwi. He actually invested a lot.
Invested
a lot, and at that point he told me to invest too. But I was just telling him that
you were guided.
I just told him that he should use his money
and invest for you.
No. He should use his money for the first 6 months, and let me see how it does. On the 4th month, it crashed.
Oh. And this thing is like, it's like sugar. The more you lick it, the more it's sweet. The more you come in. The more if you earn, let's say you put 40,000 and they pay you 100. Say, wow, come on. You take your 40, you put 60, they give you 200. Say, what?
I have life experience with this though. Let me start from the first one. Okay, the first one was they say it's global leverage, aim global. I should pay.
All those, I know it. I know those things.
So
God is my savior. Father, thank you.
They were doing this thing. I put in the first one. They said, "Oh, you have to go to exclusive. That's when you leverage battle."
Lies.
I got to a point. I asked even the owner, "Okay, you are still wearing this touch shoe, okay?" How are you going to motivate me if you are still wearing this shoe? He said, no, I like this thing. It's just like, it reminds me of my humble beginning. I saw the guy somewhere. I asked him, how fun? I used to read this again. I don't know what is that. Say, you introduced me to this and you're telling me you don't know what it is.
And let me tell you. You see, Ponzi scheme, I hate it with my life. In fact, I prefer to deal with the purple, and the green, and the then and the blue, the purple. I prefer to deal with in the purple than to deal with India. I don't like it at all.
Hey, God, and whenever you lose money there, it can kill. It will go straight to the point.
No, I will never. The thing is that I somehow I've existed in these areas, but I feel like sometimes it's just the desire to, earn more. Of course, I won't blame Nigerians. We want to earn more. We want to leverage on opportunities. But at the end of the day, we still have to find what is legal, what is legit to do. Ponzi is not the way. Ponzi is not the truth. Ponzi is not the life. It can break down anything.
So you guys, you out there, you just have to be careful on how you do this. If you want, if you don't want, I'm a living experience. I don't want you to experience that experience. It's so painful. So okay, the second one, I didn't even tell yourself. The second one, I have to even go and borrow my mommy's money.
Come on, man. You did so well. So well, God. You are the real MVP. Come on.
I have to go and borrow money to invest. I want to look at this ginger.
Once I hear invest, I don't waste time. Once I hear invest, bring 2 people bring 4 people, bring 5 people, bring 1 person under you. No. Choma Jungwa. I know they usually hear invest or bring somebody. God forbid.
Okay, please, I just that's what I like because my mom is still asking me for that money. Okay, I'll tell you. But the reason why is the debt is not so much breathtaking is because she's my mom. They need to DJ too. They never bruise my face like that. Okay. But it's okay. It's all good.
Okay, yeah, it's okay.
It's all good.
It's all for the memory, yeah.
Heavy said, how many days is acceptable to not hear from someone you're actually dating? How many days?
How many days is acceptable to not hear from someone you're dating?
How many days do you use?
2 hours or 3 or like 12 hours.
They say days.
No, 12 hours. So there's a reason why. There's actually a reason why. People don't know what love is. People are missing out on that.
Oh, Commissioner is in love. Oh, this is love. It's just that I don't know how to sing, but pardon me, people out there, but I can sing for Commissioner. This is love.
Even Batana Choir. The thing is that people don't know what love is. Like if I'm working, if I'm busy at work, I'm working. I'm just working. But if you can, people used to say, hey, every time you're checking up on me, there's one that is obsession. That is mental issue. Okay, that one is mental issue. You understand? Every 2 hours, where are you? Wait, 2 hours, where are you? You know where I am. Stop asking where are you.
But you want to know where you are.
But then there's one that is love, that is very, very important. I'm done, or I'm looking at this. Like if there's a major development, that's the first person you run to. In fact, there's one too that is very interesting, where you don't cut the call for 4 days with earpod. You can be on the call round the clock. Nothing, just being on the call. And it's nice. You're looking at me like artificial intelligence.
I don't know why I'm looking at you, but at some point.
But it's nice. But not hearing from, it's just maybe the one day, let's say max, or let's say, okay, in my community, people are busy. But when
you're quarreling with your God at that point.
This thing they're calling quarrel is actually not a big issue, basically, if you can know how to handle things. You know why? Let me tell you something. It's simple. I disagree with you. You disagree with me. Okay, we're disagreeing. That's disagreement. Do you get? It's disagreement. It's not life and death. I will not call you, not call me. One person must let down their guard. And if there's nothing like that, love has not started. One person must be the mumu.
This is a lover boy.
This is a
love don't carry love. No, this chicken song. Love No,
but what I'm saying is making sense, because many people don't know that all those things are needed, because you will be at one day, even this person you are calling, let's say you end up marrying this person now, they're calling, that you guys are talking, chatting. You will still, not after marriage, you don't throw the person away, say, get out. Who are you? Otherwise, to bring you in. It continues. And it's very amazing. It's okay.
No,
you know, these things. When people talk about love, I used to look at them like, because it is something that goes be, unless, okay, this person is working, they are busy, but we can make our time, okay, 3 hours in just, not 3 hours call, beg. Maybe let's say, 20 minutes, if there's an issue, I'm available to tell me. If there's something, what will you eat? What will you take? That thing.
Exactly, what will you eat?
No.
Girl, who will ask me? I've been telling
Girl, do we ask me? Because nobody asked
that boy to tell me, ask me what will I eat at this point, because
he will ask you today, what will you eat?
Amen.
You will eat chin-chin.
Amen. You're taking me to
you will
church.
eat chin-chin and spring rolls.
Commissioner, you're taking me to church. You're carrying me to where I don't know. But anyway, Commissioner, thank you.
You actually see. But then, love is beautiful. People don't know how to. Why are you quarreling? I said this, I said that. You're walking away. Please come back.
It's okay. Stop carrying us to where we don't know. At this point, at this juncture, thank you, love instructor.
Yes, so
love instructor.
Obenga, love instructor. Don't the tutorial.
When you want to, more about your love life, very lovely. Always tune in and watch Commissioner of Enjoyment. He is your one and best love analyst. Thank you, Commissioner, for being on the show with us.
Thank you.
A warm handshake.
A warm handshake. It's really a warm handshake.
Okay, thank you, people out there. Thank you, my viewers. Thank you, the people of 042. Thank you. Always, to be part of this conversation, you can always follow us on our official handle, on Aneke TV, on our socials, and be part of it. Always send your questions, your comments, make your comments. Be part. Without you, we can't be here. So it's you and I in this game together. Thank you for being on the Vibe Center, where we give you hot gist and groove. It's still your baby girl, Gift to Wodo. I remain your #1 social lawyer, aka Red Pepper. Good day and have a nice day. Bye. Enjoy your weekend.
Enjoy your weekend.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind.
These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television.
This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The gladness I had to have you once again join Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is a program that is designed to place an eye watch on the activities and lifestyle of the young people. And of course, he makes frantic efforts to increasing the virtues and not the vices. Thank you so much. We achieve all of this by making opinions. We give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and as a matter of fact, we make all of the things we have to make in all of the ways, considering that we are dealing with the young people, to make sure that we nip a lot of things in the bud. Thank you so much for being there. We can always find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, and YouTube at Aneke TV, and you won't regret you did, because you're going to see how magnificent we are with programs. Permit me to introduce to you a set of Lego personalities I have on the studio today for this show. I have a barrister Nena Anozie by my left. She is the founder Nena Anozie Foundation, and as well as the founder Fresh Mama Skills Academy. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you so much.
All right, by my right, I have a Gift Obodo. She is a lawyer. She is also a sociologist, and then she is a businesswoman. Gift, you're welcome on the show.
Thank you.
Then the last but not the least, I have Stephen Chima. He is another lawyer. He is a writer and a personal development coach. You're welcome, Steve.
Thank you.
All right, Barrister, Nena, let me start with you. In your own terms, who could be referred to as a mentor? Because our topic for today is the essence of mentorship.
Right. Thank you so much once again. Honestly speaking, when you talk about mentorship and who a mentor is, I tell people you don't just become someone's mentor because you sit someone down and talk to the person and advise. No, for you to be qualified as a mentor, you must have the interest of that person at hand. You must have had or gathered a lot of experiences, whether in your profession, in your business, in family, in career. So with that experience and exposure, you can now pick up someone, or someone can look up to you, because sometimes when we say this person is my mentee, it's either the mentee came to you or you saw that this person is really an aspiring young man or young woman. You know, the person has interest in what you're doing, so you begin to expose the person to that developmental growth, start, you know, exposing the person to some life experiences, opportunities that will help the person also become better, and even sometimes better than you, the mentor.
All right, thank you so much. Gift, I don't know how comfortable you are with her definition of a mentor.
Now, I have a different approach to this.
Okay.
And my approach is basically, I see mentorship as not, you know, she said something that it's about a stage in which others look. But I see mentorship as the reflection of you trying to, you know, give it out. It's just like you, what you have. According to Jack Walchel, you know, we always say that for you to be a leader, you have to be successful. And that is the highest motivation in which a human being can possess. Because if you don't have anything to give, and if it's not a reflection of yourself, there's nothing you can give another person. Because that is the biggest encouragement to the next person close to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Steve, we already have two views of what a mentor is. Let's hear from you.
Just as a way of addition, I'm going to say that I buy into their definitions of a mentor, but I am just going to quickly add that mentorship is a very important area of shaping anyone's life, anyone's career, anyone's business, whatever someone wants to do. You build your foundation upon the platform of mentorship. Someone has to introduce you to how to do something, how to succeed in a venture. So the name we call the person that makes that introduction is a mentor. You know, when you want to go through a fresh path, more often than not, you have absolutely no idea of what you are venturing into. You've not done it before, and you need someone who is going to, you know, lead you by the hand and show you the foundational things you need to know about what you are going into. So the person that performs that role of helping people find themselves, helping people succeed in a particular endeavor, that's what we call a mentor.
All right. This is so elaborate. Okay, thank you. Barrister Nena, let me come back to you. I want you to help us with the class of people that need this mentorship, or is it across board?
Okay, so if we start taking it from what my Steve, right?
Yes, Steve.
He said, yes. I think mentorship cuts across, everyone. I don't think there's a stage you get in life and you say, oh, I don't need a mentor anymore. Even though you've had all the experiences, and there's still someone you may be looking up to and say, okay, I think I need to study why this person has become this, or why this person. That's why you see people still reading books. Because sometimes even when we talk about mentorship, we limit it to the people we can see. Some people don't even go to people they can see. They read their books, they read their profile, they read, some people even get this mentorship from afar. So it all depends. But sometimes we think we prefer those who we can see. If I take from his own definition, who can hold you by your hand and then take you to that level that you're aspiring to be. So now, a lot of young people, if you ask me, need this mentorship because we have a lot of older ones who have been there before them, whether in your profession. Let me not use law because we are all lawyers here. So whether in your profession, in your business, someone has been there before you. All right? So because that person has been there before, so you look up to that person. You may have an idea of what you want to do. If you are going into legal practice, for instance, as a lawyer, you already know you go to court and all, but there are some people who have excelled either at the bench or at the bar, and you want to, maybe your interest is in the bench, so you begin to go close to those ones who are at the bench to educate you, to help you, support you. So I believe every young person out there needs a mentor. And this mentorship can even start. I was discussing with a friend yesterday, someone I gave her to stay with, a house help that was staying with her. The girl just graduated with a 2-1, and I was so proud of my friend for taking good care of this girl from secondary school to the university level. And the lady said, I love the way this girl was so ambitious. So I said, don't you think you must have inspired her? Because you too, you are not sitting down at home, you're not a housewife, and I'm sure she doesn't want to just remain as a house help. She wants to become somebody, she's looking up to you. So sometimes even indirectly you see yourself mentoring people just by being close to them. Even our children, sometimes like my son, when he said he was going to read law, I was like, why law? Why not go for that? Because in fact I wanted him to even go towards science, and so he said, no, mommy, I want to read law. So sometimes you don't know that you're a mentor to so many people. So as far as we have people who look up to you, who you inspire, and as someone who has achieved it, you are mentoring them. So I wouldn't say mentorship is only for certain kind of people, category of people, but in our society, we can say that the younger ones are more in need of mentorship. Whether even in marriage, for you to know how to live a successful marital life, you need to look up to those who have stayed. Somebody is celebrating 50 years together with the husband or with the wife. I mean, you can go close to them. How did you achieve that? And the person will begin to mentor you into a successful, home and all of that. So,
from this, we can see mentorship has been diversified.
It's not a one-sided thing like this is the area, but you can choose where you want to be mentored, though.
All right, that's taking. Give back to you. What qualifies one to become a mentor? Is it by choice or by career?
For me, it's not by choice, because if it's a choice, everybody have, who she or she is looking up to. Like I earlier said, for you to be able to mentor someone, you must have that intent. There must be something that you have that is very unique that others want to possess. Because if there's nothing you have that is a reflection of what someone desires, that means you're not a mentor. There's nothing, enticing about you. You're just there. So there has to be something you are doing exceptionally, uniquely, that, the next person close to you admires. If there's nothing to admire in you, you're not a mentor. You are just there.
But I understand that people can also admire people in a negative way.
Yes, now.
People can excel exceptionally in a negative way.
This person is my fan, and that person
as a matter of fact, Steve, would that also become mentorship when someone maybe copies someone in what may be negative in the societal view?
Maybe we should call it negative mentorship. I'm not going to specifically refer to that kind of influence as mentorship. People get influenced, by different other people. As a matter of fact, we live in a society where anybody that has done anything successfully, and it doesn't matter what the person has done, that person has a lesson to teach someone else. Someone that admires them. Someone is rich, for example, maybe made their money through some kind of occultic means, for example. And we live in a society that idolizes wealth, a society that idolizes popularity. And everyone around is going to say, oh, this guy drives a nice car, he lives in a good house. And that admiration is a magnetic force. It's going to draw people close to the person. And of course, they want anybody that comes close to you and says, I want to be like you. The only lesson you can teach the person is the one you have gone through yourself. So you are going to tell them, oh, there's this group I belong to, come, get enrolled. In 5 years, you are going to be this or that or that. So when you lure people into negative things like theft, like social vices, I don't consider it mentorship. In fact, it's a way of undervaluing the essence of those people, because they could have discovered themselves in several other ways, and now you are luring them into something that is negative just because they want to have some kind of influence or wealth themselves. So I would not say that is mentorship.
Okay. That is so, we can't have mentorship on the negative side. Yes, because I was thinking that mentorship is all about copying the way one does things.
Yeah, that is mentorship, but we want to look at the positive aspect of mentorship.
But can one mentor himself? Yes.
Can one
mentor himself?
Yeah, like I said, you can mentor yourself when you begin to study. You study some books. You are, intentionally developing yourself by attending seminars, workshops, and all. You are mentoring yourself. You are growing into, because what is mentorship without growth? You are looking at growing and being better than you are. Maybe in a particular field or particular discipline that somebody else has gone through. For instance, in politics, you hear about godfathers or godmothers. So if I venture into politics, which I did, I need to go to people who have been there before me to say, please, how do I start? I have interest in joining politics. How do I start? So I need a mentor. And anybody who is willing to hold me, guide me, support me, and, see to my... In fact, that person kind of becomes my accountability partner or something. That person is my mentor. He or she calls from time to time to check on you. How are you doing with this? And then when you have challenges too, you can also go back to the person and say, look at what I've encountered. And the person says, okay, it's part of it. So the person is just willing to talk you through the
you know why I asked this question? Because I've seen all of the definitions of mentorship as hold me, teach me, take me, guide me, do this to me, and all of that and all of that. Like, can someone who has not been mentored by another person outrightly succeed in life?
Yes. Why not? I think I'll give a really short detail of my life, because I'm someone, when I was growing up, not looking forwardly to see somebody to look out for at that point, because people surrounding me, we are just at a one particular limit. And I was telling myself, Gift, what would you do to skyrocket this process? And I looked at myself, I just said, okay, Gift, this is what you want, and that's the life you want to live. I began to, make choices towards that life. And I saw myself going higher. And now, people will now be like, Gift, how did you achieve that? How are you able to go to this level? How are you able to do this? How are you able to do this? I think my experience now became a source of motivation and, you know, a kind of motivation and mentorship to them. But for me, when I was just like, okay, this is just the plan. Let me figure it out. Let me just move to it. I know. You know, trust the process, pray about it. You know, I believe that I didn't see a full-fledged figure that I was like looking towards, because I am a multi-dimensional person. I'm not just into one thing. Do you understand? I do not have someone I could actually recognize. Yes, this is who I saw, and I molded myself towards this angle. I just said, yeah, Gift, you like this, you like this. Like it's just what I wanted in my life was just the motivation and making all of them at my own single hand pace, which I can be able to control these things. But at that point, I did not see who actually I could look up to that point, because the people I was seeing at that point was not even motivating me. So I wanted, you know, the desire to grow above that stage motivated me.
Okay. Steve, it is good we are gathering this personal experience. Yes, at least one from Gift. But let me ask you this: at what degree can one develop himself or herself? Like, let us play side by side. This is a person that developed himself or herself, is to that level, and this is another person that maybe developed himself or herself, adding to the development of others or mentorship of others. Let us weigh side by side. Who is better or who thrives more in life?
Oh, okay. I think this is a vital question, to the extent that there's a real difference in these two scenarios you've painted now. If you think you can do so much by yourself, maybe you are self-taught, you have the mindset to go all out for what you want in life. If you think you can do so much alone, now think of how much more you can do when there is someone high up there who is guiding you, helping you to do. You discover that you can actually do much more than you can do alone. So I'm going to admit the fact that somebody who decides to be self-taught in say going into a business, and you say, well, let me just study the terrain by myself, let me know what and what to do so I can succeed in this business. There's so much you can do, that is guaranteed, but there is actually much more that you can do when you have someone who's done it before and the person is guiding you. One of the differences, as a matter of specificity, is the shortage of time to learn. A mentor is going to cut down on your learning schedule, because what you are trying to find out by yourself, he's found it out already, so he's crashing the course for you. What would have taken you probably a year to familiarize yourself with, this guy or this person has done it over. All he needs to do is to tell you specific things that you must do, and that will save you a lot of time to start searching it out by yourself. Another thing that forms a critical difference in these two scenarios is the credibility that a mentor offers you. You don't get it by yourself. She is a politician, so she says, and I know that if you say, I'm coming out for an election, Barrister Anozie, and you say, Enugu people, I have a manifesto, I have an agenda for you, please consider me for this position, and you are announcing yourself by yourself, there's a whole lot of difference when someone who is an astute politician, who's done it before, who has credibility already, mentions your name for that office. The difference is always clear. That's the same way in business, that's the same way even in professional endeavors, in academics, in ministry. So when you have that person, and it's not just that you are learning, the closeness you have with the mentor is cementing your influence in that particular sector, and that's a huge difference for me.
If it is now you're joining us, this is Youth Focus on Aneke TV. I've been here with a wonderful set of people, like I told you before. I have Steve Chima here, who is a lawyer and a writer. I have Gift Obodo, who is a lawyer and a businesswoman. also a sociologist. And as a matter of fact, I have Barrister Nnlea Nozie, who is the founder, Nnlea Nozie Foundation. Thank you so much for being there. I want to remind you that we are here because you are there. Let us continue. I want us to come to the core essence of mentorship now. Let us be specific with why one needs to either mentor himself or to be mentored by someone. Barrister, talk to us.
Okay, so we are talking about mentorship. So let's not just talk about even mentoring yourself, because I appreciate what Steve said. Yes, you can. They say if you want to go fast or what, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with somebody. You understand? So the truth is that the need for mentorship cannot be overemphasized. Yes. Steve has started talking about it already. There are some experiences you will never ever get. In fact, there are some mistakes you see yourself making. Like I remember when I contested in the first time. The mistakes of that time, imagine if I had that mentorship with maybe godfathers or godmothers or those people guiding you. See, you don't spend so much here. Don't do like this. So, you know, they guide you because they've been there. They say, if you do it like this, so see what will happen. The mistake will be reduced. It will save you a lot of time, expenses, and you have more connection. Because the truth is that, okay, somebody like I also want to use myself as an example. I've traveled, I've connected with so many people. I didn't do that because I am Nnlea, or I know I can speak English, I am a lawyer, I am this. No, I started connecting with people who were higher than me. I saw people who have gone through that political space, those who have gone through the, like now we are into NGO, there are people who have been there, and somehow you may not even go to them. Sometimes, that's why I don't even know that it's very possible that you just mentor yourself, because directly or indirectly, you are looking up to someone. It could even be your mother. It could be your parents, that your father, anybody that you love could motivate you. It could be that book you read. It could be someone you listen to online. It could be anyhow. You are getting inspiration to keep moving, to keep growing. So, for you to have proper growth with good experience, with good networking, higher opportunities, you need a mentor. We are not saying you may not be able to succeed, especially for those of us from the religious circle. We believe so much in God. You know, we trust the Holy Spirit to help us and all of that. It can inspire you to do certain things. But of course, a mentor, like the person that brought me into politics, he was seeing what I wasn't seeing in myself. He was saying, come. I said, me, I don't like politics. He said, come. And when I tried, I said, he said, you see what you can achieve. So that is to tell you that sometimes you need someone who will bring out the best. Sometimes when you are getting tired over a certain course you have chosen for yourself, that person is the one pushing you. No, you can't stop here. Keep on. So you need a mentor for constant growth, for accountability, for more growth, for more experience, and just for even greater opportunities. That's why I say cannot be overemphasized.
Thank you so much. Gift, I want you to be specific with career advancement. What's your sense of mentorship to advancing in your career, your chosen career?
Well, in that aspect, I would just say, first of all, before you actually venture into a career of, obedience or where you want to be, you have to actually figure out yourself. Because, particularly I was just listening to her, she said something that I would, mentoring yourself, looking up to someone. And now, there are some people who have a very vision career. And even with mentorship, they don't particularly find themselves, their feet there. They try to, they say too much of something is very bad. Sometimes some people, even with the career vision, mentorship becomes a backward thing for them. They try to do and overdo themselves. I think mentorship comes to regulate this thing, but at the same time, it's the willingness of the person who has that career. Do you actually motivate yourself? Do you actually feel you can actually do it? There's a quite different that someone is motivating you and you're not willing to accept and adapt. Because we have so many people out there that you know, they have a good background, they have their father aspiring, they have a wealthy, influential fathers, figures in their life. But you see this person backward, he doesn't want a plan. Do you see that those people doesn't have mentees or people that they actually want to, but you see them, they don't want to. It's all about willingness. Career advancement is all about willingness. Are you willing to accept that fruit that, yes, I want to grow? And then when you are willing, that's where mentorship grows with it.
Okay, that's good. Steve, I want you to come in from the angle of leadership development. What's the essence of mentorship to growing in leadership?
Okay, every leader must have a leader himself. In fact, what qualifies you to lead people is that you yourself, you are under authority. So if nobody is leading you, I don't know how you can successfully lead another person. So at that moment of your position of leadership, he should have people he listens to, not necessarily someone who is greater than him positionally. That office is more or less the highest office in the country. So, but I will not vouch for the success of a president who does not listen to counselors, who doesn't listen to advisors, who doesn't have someone, even past leaders, that he looks upon. People draft their leadership manifestos from
morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, back from a short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Thank you so much. Our topic for today is the essence of mentorship. And I'll be here with let me introduce them once again, a set of legal personalities. Here from my left is Barrister Nnenna Anozie, who is the founder, Nnenna Anozie Foundation, and then the founder, Fresh Mama Skills Academy. Barrister, let's continue.
Yeah.
Then on my left is Obodo Gift, who is a lawyer, who is a sociologist, and then a businesswoman. Thank you for coming. And then I have Stephen Chima, who is a writer, and then a lawyer, then personal development coach. Steve, thank you so much. Let's continue. Before I went on a short break, I was asking you, okay, you were the one.
Yeah.
Please move on with the leadership development.
I was explaining in her own case, for example, and probably she's going to bear witness to this. If you venture newly into the non-governmental circle, there are so many struggles that you are going to find, and probably the chief among them is finding opportunities for funding for what you do. Now, you may have gargantuan visions, but how to fund them becomes a problem. Now, there are some people who have gone through that same process, who know the route to acquiring this funding and some of the sponsorship for what you do. So for you to be an effective leader in that sector, you have to be taught exactly what to do. So as a leader, you may arrive at a point of pride that makes you believe, oh, since I have influence over a group of people, that satisfies the essence of good leadership. But you are going to discover that along the line, there are certain mistakes that other people made in the past, those that came before you, they are still going to make if they don't correct you. So one of the things that mentorship for a leader does is that it reduces your error in leadership. It reduces your error in leadership. Maybe I should give this brief example. It's scriptural. When the man called Nehemiah became the governor of his people, one of the things that he was told is to look at the mistakes of former governors. Someone needed to tell him that this former governor did this did that, did that, so that he could intentionally avoid those mistakes. And that is how to be a good leader. If someone doesn't show you their mistakes, their errors, and the person that shows you their mistake is a person that helps you even more than the person that shows you their successes. So you are going to intentionally avoid those errors, and it will build your leadership capabilities the more.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister. Let us look at it once again from the aspect of new perspective. That's a facilitation of new perspective. A mentor comes into your life. That is a different being with a different perspective of life. Is coming to affect your life positively. That aspect, how does mentorship build you to a new perspective?
Yeah, thank you. And that was where I wanted to even add to what my dear sister here said. You know, sometimes you're being mentored, but you don't have interest. Do you know your mentor can help you to have interest? You understand? Because if you leave someone because the person doesn't have interest, you are trying to drag the person, is not willing. Sometimes when the person, that mentee, will now be sharing his or her testimony, she will say, thank God for this mentor. When she was trying to guide me into business line, I was saying, no, I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a practicing lawyer. But she kept pushing. And then I started seeing reasons. Do you understand? That person's perspective, just like I gave example of the way I entered into politics. Before then, I wasn't interested. You know how Nigerian politics is being played. Not to talk about you being a woman, you are coming into, and then I contested for the governorship. So imagine that. So when the whole thing started, it was like a joke. And I was like, please, Oga, I'm not interested in politics. But he kept on, he said, why can't you? You have always spoken about leadership. You have always done this. You have always, started talking to me. And this is a new space, new area, and a male-dominated space. How do I come in? And these positions people are even talking about, even if he's councillor, I don't want. But this is a man. This man said, no, I have seen the potentials in you. You can do it. Okay, don't, just what you do for me is be coming for meetings. Come and join this political party and be coming for meetings. I came the first day, before you know it, I became one of the executives. I became their secretary. I started writing for them. And this interest that I started seeing reason we should everybody should become a politician. Just like when we talk about feminism and somebody says, I don't want to get involved with anything. I say, everybody should be a feminist. Because what are we talking about? It's fairness. So I started, that interest started coming and all of that. And these people started mentoring me. I started going to other places, started studying the whole thing. And today I don't have any regret joining politics because it has opened me up to a lot of opportunities. A lot of opportunities that I wouldn't have. In fact, I've sat as a customary court judge, so I ventured into the bench, into the bar. I've tried almost all that I think I could. But I didn't find, in fact, I had never knew in my life that I could also succeed as a politician. Today I have a lot of other people, women that I've also mentored and I still mentor into. They will come to me and ask, so which party do we go to now? What do you think will happen? I was okay, let's watch it. Let's look at this. Are we being in opposition? Are we joining? So there's no way you cannot, because if you just talk to yourself, no, this is how I want. I just want to be a lawyer and go to my court and come back. Even the way I ventured into the bench was funny too. I didn't have interest there. I loved the way I was. My boss, my principal will send me to Onisha. I will go to court here, go to court. But somebody also said, you can do also good at the bench. I said, okay, let me try. Do you get it? So sometimes you may not have interest, but somebody can open your eyes.
And I think you're going to do well in politics because we're going to bring a lot of people into politics.
Yeah, I'm doing that already.
All right, thank you so much. Gift, let me come back to you. I want you to come in from the angle of transfer of wisdom. People hold wisdom and knowledge a lot. And when you offer what you have, I think you have mentored. So wisdom, transfer of wisdom and knowledge. How does that translate into mentorship?
Well, for me, if, like I always say, according to Jack Wells, it's only when someone, a leader, before you call yourself a leader, you have to be successful. And it's only people that has that wisdom that can be able to transfer it. It's just like when they say some people are good in, they can teach, they can actually pass knowledge. There are some people that can just, spell it out. They don't have the capacity to pass that knowledge. Now the people that have the capacity to pass that knowledge are the real mentors. they have the ability to influence your life and your direction of movements. There are people who are mentors. They cannot pass that knowledge. They can only aspire you through their behaviors or their success story. Now you have a way of figuring it out. That's, you understand? Yeah, there are people like you see you are where you are, your house. You see some people on TV. Their life, their story, their narrative influences you a lot. Do you understand? They don't even need to come out and say a lot. Just looking at you are the one trying to calculate. Put one or two together to know. Yes, are you sure he did this? You are now at the period of assumption. Now there are people who you have the privilege to meet and be like, ask them questions. These are my own redefinition of the mentors. Maybe you could, but there are people that are there. They are inspiring you, but you are left with that another second option. I have to figure it out.
That tells me everybody's ability to transfer knowledge is not the same. When she was speaking, something struck my mind. Somebody once said that a lot of people who are in the classrooms are not teachers.
Yes.
And a lot of teachers are not in the classrooms.
Yes.
The same way a lot of people on steering are not drivers. And a lot of drivers are not on steering. So that is that. So Chima, I wanted to come in from the angle, since the transfer of the knowledge in terms of mentorship differs from person to person. If you ask me to mention types of mentorship, I'll first of all say there's a structured guidance for mentorship. I want you to come in from that dimension. Structured guidance for mentorship. When it is structured, when it is intentional, what advantage does it have over the other?
Yes, thank you very much for that question too. There are a lot of advantages you get when you are mentored structurally or strategically, and I mean it's easy to point the example of a classroom experience when you get admission to study a particular course in the university. You have what they call scheme of work. You have what you do in your 100 level, you have what you do in your 200 level, like that until you absorb the entire scope of information that can turn you into a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant or whatever you want to be. So the drafters of this school
scheme of
work
or
curriculum, they've put a lot of things in consideration, namely a student in the 100 level, this is the extent they can go in this particular professional course. Probably when they now gather the basis, we can introduce them to other necessary varieties of the course so that they can build upon the foundation they have. So structural mentorship is very, very important. You don't just, there's a difference when you deal with scattered information, all right? You just try to get informed from different aspects that is not. I recently watched a movie, a few days ago, and I think it's a trending movie now, of a look-alike, two sisters. One is a lawyer doing extremely well in her firm, and then traveled to the village, got into an accident with her sister, and then look-alike, they are twin. So because of the death of this lady, the sister took it up. She never went to law school, she never graduated from any, she's never practiced before, and this lady has had 6 years experience in legal practice, over 100 cases won, and she's the main person that is driving progress in their law firm. And the sister says, I don't want people to know that my sister is dead, and since we look alike, let me come and take her position in her office. She traveled from the village to Lagos, and in fact tried to read a few things. I was just laughing watching that movie. When you enter into the faculty to read, you see that there are bases of law teachings that you have to go to. You can't just read one thing or read the constitution and you believe you can practice as a lawyer. This thing I just explained is the same in every sector. Somebody that is a coach, when you have structural, teachings that you use to guide people, they will learn faster and they will master the subject more than just throwing around information without a structure.
Okay, thank you so much. Barrister, let me come back to you. The building of confidence and courage as part of structured aspect of mentorship. How does that work in the mentee?
It works effectively. It really works effectively. Anybody will say, so if your mentor is a powerful person, he has influenced you positively, your mentor has taught you, because mentorship is also about even the person, like what she said, you can't give what you don't have. So the mentor gives you him or herself, pours out. And so when you want to replicate or begin to work in that step you have learned, or that discipline, or that field you have been mentored, I mean, you go with boldness, you go with courage, you go with confidence, and that's when your mentor will be somewhere saying, yes, I am proud of you. So we need that. Knowledge makes you very, very confident. So because you have learned a lot from your mentor, when you are speaking, when you are coming out to do anything, you are very bold and courageous enough. You are confident. There's no fear. You understand? So I mean, like, when I started the political this thing, you media people now, you want to try the woman. Who is this young lady that says she wants to be the governor of Enugu State? So they will call me. So one day, the first day I went to one of the radio stations in Enugu, the anchor said, we never knew you would come. I said, why not? I said, because we've been inviting other politicians, aspiring politicians, and other, even, men and women, especially the women, that they shy away from coming to the media. I said, that is because maybe some of them don't know what to say. You understand? Because if I've been taught what to say, each time I want to go to, they invite me, I will tell my manager and my, what do they call them now, our leader in the party, the political party leader. I'll say, they say, no, we are going together. Even that confidence of knowing that somebody is going with you. So your mentor may not even go with you physically, but what he or she has taught you is going with you. So that gives you boldness. So they will tell me, see, these are the likely questions they will ask you. And when I go, I see those questions because they've been there, and maybe they've accompanied other politicians before. So they'll be telling you, they will ask you, how will this one happen? So before I go, I'll take a very good study, prepare myself, and you see me speaking boldly. You understand? Even when we go for campaigns, they go with you. Their spirits go with you. You understand? So that's one thing. Even if you bring it to this religious aspect, I'm also a pastor. Sometimes when the Holy Spirit has taught you, you are already equipped by the Holy Spirit. You have been inspired by Him because He's our greatest mentor. When you are coming out to preach or to do anything, you come with boldness. People will be like, people who knew you before, you mean this, just like what they saw. It's also among the prophets, because you have started doing the things that ordinarily, even my parents were shocked. They said, we didn't know you to be talking. They will see you talking on radio, on TV. You are going on campaign and people are gathered, they are talking. Because somebody took it upon himself and said, this woman, you can do this thing. See, there's nothing here. He made me to all those fears. He demystified all those fears around politics, all those, and I gained confidence and boldness to stand anywhere, discuss issues, and it helped me to open my eyes to that time. Women now, sometimes they don't even care about news, and also I started listening to news, I see the problems of Nigeria, and started, telling myself, you can fix this problem in your own little way. So structured mentorship is very important. If you're not intentional about raising someone, and it's even for the good of the mentor and the mentee, because one day you, the mentor, you may be out of the way, and then this mentee will carry on. And I want to also put it just in the before you go, that your mentor must not be even someone that is older than you. Yes, because if we're talking about mentoring from the area of experience, the person must not be older.
Any age can mentor any age.
As long as a lady that is over 60 something has come to me to mentor her on this NGO thing, and every day she sees me, she calls me her mentor, and people will not be looking at me in our client. They see mentorship to be, you must be higher, and they'll be,
and I know you're always happy when you are called my mentor.
I don't know.
Yes, you have to. You just have to. Yes. Gift, let's come in from the angle of goal-oriented actions. Yes, I want you to liken it to the structured guidance goal-oriented actions, actions that are goal-oriented, that there are set goals outside there that are set to achieve by these actions of mentorship?
Well, let me say in a holism aspect. Now, nobody that is set with the mindset that I want to get there, I want to be this, have to have a head target. So if you don't, it's just like you want to swallow something and you don't have the tooth to chew it down. You are just forcing yourself, it might, not under probability, you might swallow it comfortably or you might end up being choked while trying to put it down. So any individual, so be you don't have a head target, you don't have a head goal, you don't have where you're heading to. Mentorship at that point becomes a little bit abrasive and difficult for the person. Because he's trying to, wallow, try and look. This is what we call try and look. Let me see if it will happen. When you start having that narrative, let me see, you don't have a target, you don't have a goal, you don't have an ambition. You're just trying to know if it will work. And even when you are being mentored, it becomes very difficult because in as much as someone is directing your footstep, you are also trying to, try to know if you can actually corner your way into it. For every human being in this life, no matter the level, the age, and this thing, there's always a plan. There is always a head target. Where are you headed to? That's where the mentorship becomes strong and the foundation becomes solid. When you don't have a goal-oriented, ambition, you are just, trying to float on air, trying to know if it will work. And eventually, if it doesn't work, you will hate your mentor. you become that's where you see we have very offensive mentees. People that are willing to do anything because maybe they have looked up on you and they felt that. But one thing they don't know is that yes, before you call upon someone and say this is my mentor and you are his or her mentee, you have to have an ambition, target, plan, head, where you could hit. And you'll be sure that when you hit it will enter.
Yes, thank you so much. Not taking. I think this has become the business of mentors and mentees.
Yeah.
Okay. Steve, let's come in from the introduction to professional networks and opportunities. What is the possibility of the mentors introducing the mentees to professional networks out there and other opportunities?
All right. So, previously I pointed out that one of the gifts that you get from your mentors is the gift of credibility, is the gift of the person, sharing with you their, what do you call it now?
Life experience.
Yeah, their experiences and also even their network. Yes. So, and that kind of gift is more expensive than money. It's more expensive than anything anyone can give to you. So when somebody likes you and you are close to that person and the person believes in what you are doing and the person has seen you believe in them too and you are looking up to them, one of the high points of that relationship is when they begin to introduce you to platforms that ordinarily you would never find access to those platforms on your own. They begin to introduce you to their circle of friends. They begin to introduce you to opportunities, and if you have those kind of people in your life, I think it's a blessing that is less talked about. It's a lot of blessings. I have enjoyed the privilege of having people around me, even right from secondary school. In fact, the first time I went to a television program like this, someone just called me. I think he was an audience in one of the debates competitions we went to then, and then he was just observing from the background, and I don't know what spoke to him, but he interestingly picked interest in this young guy and said, I will do whatever I can so that I can help him succeed. And before you know it, he connected with some of his other friends and said, anytime there is a show about young people that this guy can attend, please let him go. And that was how I started mingling with people that are higher than me in terms of achievements, in terms of positions, people that are older than me, and so far it has opened a lot of other doors. So what you are saying is very, very correct. A mentor does not just transfer knowledge to you. I think that is the basics of what they do. But beyond that knowledge transfer, they also open doors for you. They link you up to a lot of opportunities, and that is where the leverage comes in.
Thank you so much. I think this is digested, absolutely. So I want you to quickly speak to the mentors outside there on the good work they are doing. Just be very snappy.
Okay, thank you so much. I most appreciate every mentor out there. It's not easy mentoring people, especially when you have some difficult mentees. Some of them will disturb your time, call at odd hours, and even sometimes you have to even spend your resources trying to bring up someone to take over and to become better. And just like you said, I've had also mentors who took me on a trip that ordinarily I wouldn't have been able to achieve or to be part of. But today we are enjoying it, and that mentee, that person that used to be a mentee is now a mentor. So it's just like giving birth is a cycle, So keep it up. There's always reward. Some of these mentees will remember you, and anytime they are mentioning their mentors, they will call on you. And of course, you receive your reward here in heaven, on earth, and
in heaven too.
Yes, so
all right, that's cool. Gift, I want you to speak to the mentees to keep on keeping on.
Yeah, like I always say, you know yourself, be yourself, and be very, very mindset oriented on how you utilize the opportunity given to you. Because one thing is, opportunity is not something you walk into. It's when you find it, you actually know the worth of that opportunity you are given. So whenever you have someone there, teaching you or guiding you on that path, which if you follow in the future, you get somewhere, you become someone, or you be proud of yourself. Because one thing is, another thing that comes with this thing is, everybody is always happy when people give you accolades. This person will refer you. The referral note is something that of pleasure, and you honor it. So when someone gives you the opportunity to be someone in the future, because it's, for me, mentorship is a future investment. It's not something that you immediately. It's something that is futuristic. It's something that you build through. So at that point, I feel like whatever you have the opportunity, seize it and hold it, and be who you are.
All right, Steve, just briefly, very briefly, ask also the mentees to cling on any opportunities available to them.
All right, I want to admire everyone out there who has a dream that they are passionate about, someone who wants to achieve something with their lives. Is a very valid dream that you have. But I want to also let you know that you have to be courageous enough to look for hands that will hold you. And sometimes you may be in an environment where there is scarcity of people who can inspire you left and right. Who am I going to believe? Who am I going to go to? In that situation, you have to have the courage to look beyond your environment and go out there. We have online platforms today where you can connect with people who are doing what you want to do, and then once you are obedient and very committed to the process, you are going to achieve whatever dream you have.
All right, thank you so much, Stephen Chi, my lawyer, a writer, personal development coach. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Obodo Gift, a lawyer and a businesswoman. Thank you so much. Vice Standing thank you so much for coming. Our viewer, thank you also for being there. Thank you so much. This is where we draw the curtain of today's event. We'll see you again, same time next week.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.